Hello, welcome to the stream. I'm gonna wait just a little bit, just a minute. This stream was not announced, so hopefully some people will hop in here. But this is the Minotaur character that I've been working on for the last basically 2 weeks. I had an original version of it that was retopologized, but it didn't have very much actual detail to it. So um, I went back and I did a bunch of sculpting. In this version, I'm not using any normal maps for the sculpt detail on the body. I'll show you here the wireframe. He basically was ready to go, so I just subdivided it once, and it gave me enough topology to start working on this. So in this stream, the goal is to add some additional hair curve systems to his feet. The end of his tail here will have a little extra tuft, basically, and then a really small one to his ears. So that'll be the goal. I'm going to try to keep this around an hour. Um, so I'll show you here quick. I already have the full body hair on his head and his whole body. So I have the preview amount set to 0. So let me just turn those on. And there's millions and millions of particles. So, well, curves, I should say curves. So it's going to take just a second for it to load here. But you can kind of see what I've already got set up. And then we'll go from there. We can turn on the head hair here real fast. All right, so here's what they look like in viewport. If I zoom in really close, you can see the individual little curves. They are set to be rendered as like ribbons or basically more like hair cards. They're kind of planes instead of the actual rounded hair particle thingies. I think this helps speed up everything just a little. But that's what I've already got on him. I'll have a live stream in the next few days, I hope, that shows how to completely add all of this to a character. I'm going to do the same process that I did on this one for the Bull Centaur character that I've been showing on my streams. So for this one, we're going to copy existing hair curve systems and modify them. It's not a lot different to just add new ones, but we're going to skip some of the settings for this video. The next time we'll go through the entire process. And I had one tutorial from the Blender Foundation that I found that actually helped me figure out how to set this up really well. So I will share that in the description for these videos so you guys can go watch that too. But basically, the last time I tried to work on these, I didn't really know what I was doing, and they're very different than the particle system of the old days. So I think I can do a lot better job explaining what exactly is going on now. But let me zoom in here again. Now this has all of the hair on. I'll turn the overlays off and you can see them. So it's actually generating all of these millions of little tiny particles. And I'll tell you that the viewport and the rendering is a lot slower, but they look really, really cool. So I'm going to show you how to do this. But let's go back to solid mode, and then we're actually going to turn the previews back down to 0 for the body hair and the head, because it's going to take a lot of our processing power away, and there's just no need for that. So we're going to start with just this kind of basic mesh. So the very, very first thing that I like to do is decide where I'm going to put the hair. You don't have to do this first. It's just going to help me control how many get generated so that we're not slowing things down. So I'm going to start off with his feet. The first thing first, though, it's best to do any of this sort of work from your base pose. So I'm going to go over to uh, frame 3. I have the cleared pose set up in here, and technically we don't really need to see the weapons in this. They're just going to kind of be in our way, so we'll turn them off. But that's what he looks like right there. So I've spent the last couple weeks really doing a lot of work on this character and really learning how to use hair curves properly. So I'm confident that I can show you some really good stuff on this. All right, so let's go to the mesh. We'll select the mesh first. And the first thing I'm going to do is add a weight paint group. We'll add a new vertex group for the hair on his feet. And then we'll work on that system and see how far we get. And the process will be the same for the other ones. But doing that will allow us to tell Blender where to put the hair up front, so we don't generate it on the entire body and then have to, group it later. So first thing I'm going to do in here is just add a new vertex group, and I'm going to rename it, if Blender will let me. Thank you. We'll call this, let's call this feet hair group, just so we can find it easy later on. So now we've added a new vertex group that has no information. So the first thing I'm going to do is enter weight paint mode. And the intent of this hair group is just to provide a little extra detail down on the feet, so that it isn't just the short body hair that ends right at where his feet are. So weight is going to be set up to 1, and I'm just going to draw on here. Let's make sure we're mirroring, and I'm just going to draw on here. Oops. Let's set our brush up here to let's go to sphere, and then I have to be just a little careful, otherwise it'll paint right through to the other side, and we don't want to do that. So I'm just gonna kind of manually paint on here some vertex groups. Now you can see in the viewport, because I have all of this hair in the file, even though the previews are set to be off, it slows everything down a lot. So when you're working with these, just be aware that the new hair curves are faster than the old particle system, but they're definitely not efficient. So you're going to still have quite a bit of a slowdown due to the addition of the hair curves. So like when you're animating, it's a real problem. And I'll share later on, I'll share my workaround, or what I'm going to do when I actually animate these characters, because it really slows it down. So I think you have to kind of keep it a separate character almost, and do all of your rigging and posing on one, and then transfer it to your curve character, basically, that will just be for renders. So that's kind of what we're going to be thinking about as we're setting this up. But I'm going to put a little bit more of this on the back. And this is not final. So if you're weight painting, you can come and adjust these later. You can add to it, you can subtract from it. And that will, in like a live update way, it will modify where the particles are on the fly. So you can do all this later. It's just a lot easier to deal with having your weight paint group set up, so that you're not feeling those slowdowns quite as bad. So now where these come out on the bottom here isn't really going to matter. I think the biggest thing is I'm going to take any of this extra weight that I accidentally kind of put down here on the bottom, because really this far down, you don't want these hair curves coming out of like the hoof itself. So I'm going to pull that back a little, and probably just make this a little bit smoother. So that should be good for now. All right. We'll start with that. Maybe Maybe I'll add just a little bit more up the side. I think for things like this, it's good to go bigger than smaller because you're adding extra detail. It was any good to have just a little tiny clump. So we'll kind of maybe exaggerate it here. But so on this, it's a heat graph. So red means on, blue means off. So anywhere there's red, we're going to emit new particles. Now, for some reason, um, mirroring doesn't work too well in weight painting on this mesh, and I'm not entirely sure why that is, but I'm just going to kind of fill this back in on the other foot here. It's really weird. It kind of grabs most of the information, but it doesn't really copy it super well. So not sure why that's going on, but I have a feeling that all of the curves we already have on here just slows it down. It's just not running completely properly, maybe. But let's just get that little strip that goes in the between here. 'Cause I think that one's going to be important for a little bit of um, extra detail. And again, we can tune these on the fly, so no big worries. We can do this later. But we've got our weight paint group, so let's go back to our object mode. And now what you got to do is select one of your curves. So I'm going to select, actually, we're going to use the head hair because it has a smaller group already, so that might speed things up a little. But I'm going to select this, and I'm actually just going to duplicate it. So I'm just going to literally copy this and then paste it back into the characters file. So maybe we don't want to do it quite that way because I don't want to add excessive amounts of it. So let's just copy. Be able to just duplicate that. Okay, yeah. So I just did it with Shift D, and actually here I just realized my screencast is not turned on. So let me turn that on, and that way you can see what I am doing with my buttons and my mouse. All right. So I just selected the head hair group and Shift D and then cancel the move, and it's created a second copy of the head hair. I'm going to rename this feet hair, and then we can start talking about the settings. So let's pull this panel out here. When you add for, it's going to bring in most of the settings that you need right away. It's going to bring in all the modifiers. I have added some and I've moved them around, and we'll talk about that more in the next stream where we add brand new hair. In this one, we're just going to be changing some of the settings, but you can see here under the curve data, the surface is set to the body of the character, so it'll latch on to the right thing. Most of the settings for these are going to be in the modifiers, and you are not going to have to actually enter geometry nodes to do any of this. So geometry nodes run the back end of the hair curve system, but you can do everything in here without going into geometry nodes if you want to. So we'll get into some of these settings here in a minute, but basically the very first thing I need to do is I need to come in here and find the interpolate hair curves node. Actually, I guess it'd be a modifier in here. It's attached to the right surface, which is the body. But what we can do is we can change this density mask. And what that'll do is allow us to tell the hair curves to go onto the weight paint we just made. So we're just going to type in feet. Let's do this. Let's just call it hair. There we go. We need to find the foot hair group. Feet hair group. Let's see. And okay, so we'll have to add an attachment node here in just a minute. Feet hair. Let's go back in here. Let's see, spline. You know, let's first get rid of this. I think that might be our problem. And then we're gonna turn on this viewport amount to just a small number, so like 1%. And it's all over his body, so I think what we need to do is add a new surface deform. So now it's surface deform 3. And for some reason, this modifier gives me errors every time. I'm not really sure why. Should be able to see the feet hair group node pop up in here. Let's maybe just reattach this. Set hair curve profile. So basically, when you copy these, you have to go back through to tell the curve system that you're attaching this to the same body, but you kind of have to be careful. Some of these settings will parent to the wrong thing. So we're going to set a new one of these. Set hair curve profile. Okay, and then feet hair group is not popping up for some reason. So let's go back to the body and look at our nodes here. Let's add the geometry nodes again. And this one is going to be the same as these other ones. Attach hair curves to surface, and this should name it to attach hair curves to surface .002. So it keeps it separate. Surface is the body. All right. And then let's go back to our feet hair here. We should be able to find the feet group. Once we get these nodes set up in the right positions. Trim. Let's just go through our settings really quick to make sure we have the proper things linked in here. ID, okay. So there should be a way we should be able to find the feet hair group. So it looks like our vertex group is not attached. So let's go in. I think I might know what's going on. So I'm going to select the feet hair curves, and I'm going to go to the sculpt mode for these. And then what I need to do is go to curves up here and snap to deform surface. Okay, and then for whatever reason, that's another step that you kind of have to go through. Let's see, we are still on the feet, so let's add an attribute maybe. Don't need that. Set hair curve profile. That should all be fine. Basically, with a lot of these settings, they're you have to do some of the stuff in the right order, or you're not going to be able to pull the info, because what it's what it's doing is it's let's see, it reads some of the data in order, so you kind of have to get everything set up the right way first. But basically, well, actually, let's just try this. Let's delete this, and we're gonna go back to the body, and we're gonna just add a new one. And I can copy the settings from the other ones if I want to, but it's easy to do that so that you can save your settings. But let's just add one. So I'm going to go to add curve and fur. And that'll take a second, but basically it's going to put it on the whole body. Now what it's done is it's brought in the groups that it starts with. So I've added a couple to the other systems, which we may or may not need. But first thing, I'm going to come back into the interpolate hair curves. For whatever reason, this wasn't liking the copy, so I just added a new one. But now I'm going to click this little button here by the density mask and type in feet, and now feet hair group shows up. Not sure why that wasn't coming through the first time, but we're good to go now. So you can see that these hairs on his feet are only in the weight paint area, not all over his body. And that's what we want, because we want to just kind of get an idea of what this is going to look like right away. So I'm going to go into sculpt mode again, go into curves, snap to deform surface. I think what that does is it makes sure that the hairs are going to stay attached when the character moves. And then we can just start playing with some of these settings. So now, one thing I like to do is I have these next to me, but basically I have all of my modifier settings saved in pictures so I can refer to them. They seem to be a lot easier to just kind of reset some of the same settings. These ones will be longer than the ones on his body, though, so we can kind of just play with it. But we can just start going through these. So the first one that sticks out right away is there aren't very many hairs. So this density value tells you how many hairs are in a certain, like, I think it's 1 square unit. So I'm going to turn this up to a lot higher number. Let's just say like 100,000 for now. And that'll probably be a good amount. And then the length might be too long, so I know another modifier that I'm going to need in here is the trim hair curves. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up an extra panel here, and I'm going to go into the asset browser, and we're going to go under hair. So these should be in Blender 3.3, I believe, and above. They're just included, so you'll have access to these. But basically what you can do is select the hair curve system that you're working on and drag these modifiers in. So one I know I'm going to need is trim hair curves. So I'm just going to drag this onto the hair. And they're going to get large because the trim hair curves is telling them to be 1 meter long. We don't want that. So in my settings, I have this at the 3rd position. And I'll tell you more as we go about why it matters where they are. But basically, where these modifiers go can change a lot about how they're working. So they work like any other modifier where the top position controls, and then there's an order to them. So I'm going to change these down to like 0.1. Okay, and that's still probably a little too long. So let's go half of that. We'll go with 0.05, and that's maybe even long yet. So let's go 0.03 meters. And then we'll work with it from there. So hair curves are super cool because you can change almost all of the settings in here. You can do it in geometry nodes if you're more familiar with geometry nodes. But there's a lot of ways that you can modify these things, and you don't have to know geometry nodes to do it. So let's see. I think that's all we're going to do for hair length for now. I'll check on this scale uniform. It just kind of keeps them working together a little bit better. And then I think I have to add one more node or one more modifier here so that everything works. Which one that I have used before is the shrink wrap one. I may not use that on this because on his body I wanted the hair to follow his body so that it doesn't stick out and clip through the mesh and so on and so forth. But I think in this one we're actually we're just going to leave them how they are and kind of sculpt them. So now I'm going to go back up to sculpt mode. You'll see these white sticks coming out of him are hair guides. So basically, these hairs will follow these hair guides, and we don't need the hair guides on all of his body. So I'm going to go into X-ray mode and just delete a bunch of these. Now, I know there's a way to automatically remove ones that are not part of your weight paint group. But that shouldn't really change anything we're doing. I'm just going to remove them because they're excessive. We just don't have any use for them. And then I'll just get rid of most of them here. So again, probably not going to matter for what we're doing here. But we will add some more. So basically, the way to think of these is like the hairs will conform to however you sculpt these hair guides. So you don't actually have to sculpt millions of hairs. You just sculpt the things that they follow. And then we can tell Blender how much influence these hair guides have on the hairs themselves. So, and actually this rig is just in the way, so I'm gonna turn that off. And let's get some of this going. Yeah, so we're gonna get rid of all of these hair guides that are nowhere near where we need them. And they're not gonna hurt anything because they're too far from our new hairs, so they're not going to affect our new ones. But there's just no reason to have them. All right. So the rest of these will be fine. They're not going to change anything. I am going to add a couple, so I'm going to pull this panel over. And one other modifier I do know for sure I need. So I'm going to go back to object mode, keep my my new curve selected. I believe we have the hair curve profile. That's a default one. And that'll set the thickness and how the thickness is applied. So currently it starts thick and ends up thin. You can change with the shape and different settings in here. You can change how the hair looks. I actually kind of like how that looks. I think I might make them a little bit less thick to start off. So I'm gonna just add a 0 in here, and then we'll make that 3. So they're just a little bit thinner, and that should match the rest of his hair better. And again, he's got plenty of hair on his legs, so it's going to hide with the other ones fine. It's not going to be some big weird patch where it's blank or anything like that. But now I can go back into sculpt mode, and I'm going to add a few more guides. This count up here tells it every time you click or drag, it's going to add one guide. So I only need a few. So I'm just going to add just a few around the sides. Really all we're going to do is grab all these hairs and pull them downward so that they're not sticking straight out. So I'll just add a few wherever. You could set the count up higher, and it would add a whole bunch of them in your cursor. So we don't really need that. And then now I can grab this comb and I can start to move around these curves. Now there's tons and tons of these visible in our viewport, even though we're set to a small percentage of viewport amount. It's still really kind of hard to sculpt these. So just be aware it kind of slows down a lot, but I think a lot of that is also because this character, it's already got millions and millions of these on the rest of his body, so that's not going to help our case at all either. But you can see that modifying these guides is modifying all of the hairs around it and not just the ones that are close. So it's basically interpolating between each guide and it's averaging how it should be affecting the. Oops, I didn't have my mirror on. But it's averaging the effects of the guides onto the hairs. So I'm going to pull these down. Now I do want them to be like a little bit fuzzy, so I'm not going to completely lay them flat, but I'll show you we can use another modifier, the shrink wrap modifier, to kind of keep these out of the mesh so they'll stay on top of the surface but not clip into it. Some of these, honestly, having them stick out a little bit isn't too bad either. I think the only other one, I'm gonna remove this one up here. Now watch when I remove this. All these hairs on top are reaching for this curve guide. I'm gonna get rid of it. And now when I brush this one, it should just affect the hairs around it. And let's pull this one down. That one might be telling some of these hairs to go upward too. Okay, that one looks okay. So they're a little frizzy, and I think part of what actually happens is the hair curves emit from the mesh, and then they'll curve back around. And if they're close enough to another part of the mesh, they'll sort of be attracted to the mesh elsewhere. So you can see that issue happening in even the body hair that I have on this character, which is very small, but you can see that it kind of jumps. It kind of like bridges gaps. So I don't want to pull these too close because I'd really like them to stay kind of fuzzy looking. So let's just bring that back out a little. And let's see what the other side looks like. This one, so the curves are not mirrored. And it looks like we don't have a lot of curve guides on this side. So I'm going to add a couple more on here too, just to be able to control this. And it kind of will apply a curve guide like right at the center of your cursor. So if you're wondering how it applies them, I only have one. So it's just going to place one at a time. Like that. And try to zoom back in here. Let's put like maybe one right there. All right. And then I'm just going to try to do this side a little quicker, and we're just going to grab this whole radius and pull it down a little bit. So it's going to grab a sphere of this size around wherever I've selected, and it's going to pull them down. So I'm going to make this a little smaller again, pull this down, and these aren't uniform. The curve guides aren't mirrored on this, or they weren't prior to adding the hairs, so they're not going to match the other side, which I think is fine. There's no issue with having some non-uniformity in your models. If anything, it makes it probably more realistic to have things vary a bit. Let's pull these down so they're just following the mesh a little bit more. All right, so that's okay for now. Now we'll play around with some of the other modifiers to control how these look, because some of these I can see on this Our right side here, they're a lot more frizzy than on the left. So we'll try to control that actually with the shrink wrap. And then I'm actually going to remove some of these guides that are not where we want them. That should help a little bit too. All right. So once you've got all the curves applied, the fun part starts, and that's just tweaking settings to make them look like you want them to. So um, I think a lot of the old way with particles was really kind of an inefficient workflow, and you had to do a lot more manual sculpting. But so much of this process can be controlled with just the modifiers that once you've got everything kind of blocked in the way you want, it just gets so much faster and so much easier. So let's call that good. Take away a couple of these curve guides that are just not where we want them. And then I'll go back to object mode. So you can kind of already see them. These ones are stuck down to the mesh. I think they won't clip through like the base. They'll still stick out, but if I go inside the mesh here, so this is the inside of his foot, you can see a ton of the fur, the ends of it are inside the foot. We don't want that at all. So we're gonna throw that shrink wrap on there next. So I'm gonna select my hair again, and I'm going to just simply grab the shrink wrap hair curve, drag it onto the scene. So now we have a new modifier over here on the right side, and in my other ones, that is just above the surface deform. So we're going to throw it there. We'll actually, this needs to be down one more. Get that frizz hair curves up. Okay. And we'll go through why these are in the order they are in the next stream, where we have more of a full process. But for now, we're good to go there. The shrink wrap, I'm gonna grab the body here. Okay, so now you can see the curves have kind of latched on more. So on this side, it was more frizzy. They're not sculpted as smooth downward, but they're closer. They're closer to it now. So the other thing that will allow us to do is basically make these like cling wrap to the body so that you can make it lay down as much as you want. And let's put on a very small offset distance. Okay, so you see it kind of moved all of the hair out. And I actually like how this one looks just a little bit more at the moment. But let's make this like 5 times that. See, and so what it's doing is it's making almost like a shell around the hair, and that's where the ends of the hair have to stick to. So let's take this off. So if you disable these for the viewport, it'll show you what it looks like with the modifier turned on or off, which is super helpful. I think I'm actually going to leave this one off for now. So I'm going to remove it because unlike the body hair, these ones don't have to stay as attached to look convincing. And then I'm actually going to come puff these. So we're going to focus on this right foot for now. But I'm going to puff these things, which hopefully will allow them to expand outward from the body just a little bit. And it looks like that is not changing anything. So maybe we just need to comb them. Let's get a bigger sphere here. So, and I don't want these to clip into his foot. The point is to overlap the foot and kind of be a nice little clump there at the bottom. So there is one other issue that I know might also be causing some of our problems. You can tell the interpolation how many hair guides to look at. So we'll go check on that. But I bet you that we have some hair guides that are inside of his foot, and they're telling the hairs to kind of clip into it instead of stick out. So let's go back up here to the interpolate hair curves and interpolation guides. This setting lets you change um, how many guides each hair looks at. So if I move this down, the hairs are going to be influenced by ones that are closer to them. So if I put it on 1, um, you can see that they kind of are a little chaotic. And the more I go up, the more uniform the hair curves will behave because they're basically averaging out between all of the ones around them. And then you can also limit the distance to the guides that affect the hairs. So that's two things that you may have to do to tune this. But let's pull these out. We want to keep them fairly fuzzy and not hide them. Okay. Let's close our end panel here. It's just kind of in the way. So that looks okay for now. I am very curious to see if he's got hair guides inside. I don't see any, but they're kind of hard to see with all the hairs in there anyway. So now, at this point, a lot of it is just tuning to what you want. I want this to be fairly puffy and frizzy, so I'm going to come into the hair curves modifier, the frizz hair curves modifier, and I'll show you if I turn it off, it makes the hairs very straight, and they'll just kind of follow nice smooth curves. So if I turn it back on, I can change the factor. So obviously 1 is on, 0 is off, but you can also change the distance. So if you start to modify this, it's going to make how far off the frizz goes, but I'm going to check on preserve length. So turning that on really high is just going to make the hairs really frizzy. Making the distance something smaller is going to just kind of make it look wiry instead of chaotic, if you will. And then the shape tells the modifier how to display these. So let's turn that down to something lower. So basically, lower shape setting is chaotic, and let's go back to above what the stock setting was. So if you go higher, it's closer to a smooth shape. And I think that's what I'm going to stick with for now. Let's go look at this other foot for a second. Since these aren't sculpted downward as much, you can see it just kind of looks like a just a ball of fuzz. So, and I bet this leg has curve guides inside. Huh. The other thing that I think we're seeing is noise. So let's go into the hair curves noise. And let's turn this one off. So the hair curve noise, I believe what it does is it just kind of randomly scatters the hairs. So they go in different directions, they look different. So if I turn that back on, we're going to make this factor a lot smaller. So I think some random variation is good, but we don't want too much. So just having this little extra fuzzy clump down here on the base of his foot is what I'm going for. I'm actually going to come in here and let's go back to our trim really quick. So as you can see, this whole time, I'm just tuning, I'm just tuning things. There's no like magic set of settings for you to make something work because your character and mine are not going to be the same scale or size. So a lot of things are going to change just because our files are different. All right. Let's go in here and let's trim these. I had previously made them quite a bit shorter. Let's go back up to like 0.08. Yeah, so I want them to have some length to stick out a little, but that's looking pretty cool. The other thing we can do is make sure that this has a material, and we're going to go find the same for material that's on the rest of his body. and I'll just attach that to here. So curves, the materials work just like any other object. So I've just duplicated um, the settings that we've used for the other hair, and let's go ahead and change to render view mode really fast so you can see what they look like. But here's what they look like. So they're the same color as the body hairs, just kind of this brown color. Um, and they'll just basically add a little bit of extra interest in areas where there's not a lot of detail. So the other ones I'll do are the tail and like a little tuft in his ears, basically. But at this point now, all you have to do is decide what you like and um, start to modify everything. So, and I think I actually want to maybe even make these longer. Let's just call them 0.12. So that'll add another 50%. Okay, so I want them to really stick out. And there's what they look like right now. The other thing I might do is add a different color just to create highlights for the body. But this is what we've got at the moment. So the other hairs that I have on this, I have some on the clothing. So let's turn some of these settings back on. For some reason, the hair curve system is not following the right mesh, so I'm going to go look for it and see where it went. Here we go. Move this into here. There we go. It was just linked in the wrong location in the file. All right. So at this point, honestly, those look fine. So let's turn all the other hairs back on and let's just see what we think. So we'll start with the body hair. And so to change the viewport amount, you just come into the interpolate hair curves modifier, and there's this viewport amount setting. 0 is off, 1 is all on, so I'm going to just turn those to 1. Now just keep in mind, this is going to tank your viewport really, really bad. And since we're in render mode, it's going to take even longer. So we'll just let this load for just a second. Okay, now you can see that his hairs have come back on. Let's turn on our world rendering. We have some, it's kind of hard to see the preview. And we'll just crank up the world brightness a little so we can see it better. Okay, so now you can see the body hairs are on, and then he's got these longer ones down at his feet. Let's turn on the clothing. So the clothing I got from Daz Studio, and they had hairs on them, but they were just mesh objects. So I actually went ahead and remade brand new hairs for these. But let's just turn those on in the viewport as well, because those are super cool looking. Let's grab the white pants fur viewport amount 1. So I just made 2 separate hair curve systems for this clothing item. So basically there's some white mixed into the gray. I'll probably tune it a little more, but it's just supposed to look like wolf fur or something like that. Just adds a little bit of extra extra interest. Scroll back up here. Let's turn on the head hair. Set the viewport amount to 1. So now I have all of the millions and millions of hair curves turned on. As you can see, even in rendered view mode, I can still move the scene nicely. You know, it's not locking up Blender. I'm actually going to save this file real quick, because every time I start thinking about a Blender crash, it happens. Yeah, no, that's looking pretty sweet. Using 9 gigs of VRAM right now, which is pretty intense for just one character, but that is how these things go. So I'm going to go ahead and start adding another hair system onto the tail. And this one will be very similar to the ones that we've just set up. So I'm going to disable the body hair so I don't accidentally select it. And then I'm going to come back in here and we're going to add a new vertex group to the body. And of course, that'll take a while because there's so much information in this file. And I'm going to rename it. It's kind of funny just changing the name of a vertex group is enough to slow Blender down when you have this much stuff on. Come on, you. Probably going to have to actually disable all of the other curves again because this is running way too slowly. Let's call this tail hair group. Okay. Now that Blender has let us name an object, it's going to load one more time, and then we're going to turn off the viewport for all of these hairs because they're just slowing everything down. So the problem is, imagine trying to pose this thing with all these hairs. It's just not feasible. So I think I have a workaround for that, which I'll share later on when it's relevant, but currently it's just a complete pain. So let's just go in here and set these all back to 0. I just wanted you guys to see what they look like because they're so cool. But you know, good luck actually using any of this in the viewport. His feet won't be too bad. Let's go turn off the body hair. So one thing I did notice, this viewport amount setting changes a lot more of the viewport performance versus just disabling it in the viewport up here in the scene collection settings. You're going to have more luck actually going in and turning the viewport amount down. So, and doing both helps, but it still doesn't make posing characters with all these hairs any easier. So I think we got them all. Here's our new feet curves. So I'm gonna call these feet here so that I remember what they are. And then we're gonna select the body again. Now we're gonna go to vertex groups. We have our tail hair group selected. Now I'm gonna come up here and go to weight paint mode. And I'm just gonna add really quick. I'm just gonna add a new vertex weight paint to this kind of the bottom of the tail here. So he'll have another tuft of fur down there. I think that's a pretty essential detail for a bullish character. So that's probably plenty though. So let's go back to object mode. And then we're ready to add our new hair. So I'm just going to come up here and go to add curve fur. And it's going to apply to the entire body again, but we've got our weight paint. So it is attached to the surface properly. Let's pull this up here into the proper collection. For some reason, I have something linked and the body is linked outside of the collection. I don't know why. It doesn't affect anything, but it is very irritating. So with that selected, we're attached to the retopo body surface. So we're good to go there. Now we can go into modifiers and start playing with stuff. Let's change our density mask to the tail. What did we call that? Tail hair group. Okay, so you can see they're just on here. And then let's go up to the sculpt mode for these. And again, you can get rid of a bunch of these extra curve guides that we for sure don't need. And I'm just using the remove curve guides tool here. I don't think they'll matter. I think the one time that it'll make a difference is if you If you pose the tail too close to other um, curve guides that are still there for some reason that don't need to be there, it will start to bend the hairs toward those curve guides. So that's kind of the purpose of getting rid of them, is just to make sure we're not affecting anything else. So now these curve guides are only affecting this new curve system we have. It's not going to change anything about our old ones. So you're seeing the ones on his feet here are kind of flickering. They're not changing. It's just recalculating everything in the scene. So now I bet you there's a good setting to automatically redraw curve guides for um, like the weight paint you're using, but I don't know what that setting is yet. Um, Kick Dance Testance says, "Hi, just woke up, 7 a.m. here. Hello, good morning. Glad to see you're on live. Will this tutorial be recorded and posted on your channel?" Yes. I think a lot of these live streams that I do have quite a bit of value, and a lot of people don't want to watch a full live stream to find the good parts, and I don't want to edit in YouTube. So yes, I am actually recording while I do this, um, and I'll edit a nice quick version. I'll probably edit just part of it that covers like one of the groups so that it's not repetitive. But yeah, I think we'll get a 5 or 10 minute tutorial. Um, and then just for your information, the other thing that I'll be doing soon is adding full body hair to the Bull Centaur character that I've been working on. Since I finally figured out how all this works a little bit better, I'm confident in doing that just like I did for this guy. So that'll be another source for seeing the whole process basically. But yeah, yep, it'll be a tutorial sooner or later. But all right, I think we're good here. I'm gonna add a couple more guides because again, there aren't very many, and we really only want these ones around this area to control the hair here. And you can see these add basically like tangent to the plane, so they stick straight out. Even if I click on the side here from far away and kind of looking the wrong direction, it's still going to add it outward from the face. So you don't have to worry about being like aligned improperly. But that should be enough. Now, I don't want these to just stick out. I want them to go down kind of like the other ones did. So I'm going to attempt to turn on symmetry. I just don't know that it'll really work because our curve guides aren't symmetrical. But so let's just go ahead and grab this and we'll just pull it down. Nice. Thanks a lot for sharing with us. That's indeed useful content. I'm going to stay and enjoy with my breakfast, then go to work. Yeah, awesome. Thank you for being here. Thanks for checking it out. I'm glad I finally figured out hair curves because it's been a topic. Well, especially full body fur has been a topic that is a struggle, especially with the old system. So I'm pretty excited to get it all working finally. All right, now I don't want these to lay too flat. So I'm going to hit them more with the puff setting. It just runs so slow. But doing all of this stuff in Blender is really impressive that just a desktop computer can run this because with nowhere near this many hair curves or hair particles of the old days, you would be crashing out and not able to move. So as painful as this still looks, it's really a lot better than it used to be. But all right, I think that's good. That's how we want them to look. Now let's add a bunch. I actually kind of like that length. I think on the tail, having them nice and long is probably the better way to go. So radius wise, they look like they might be a little thick. So I'm going to turn that down again. Let's add an 0.7. So that's going to decrease them about 30%. That looks pretty good. I'm going to go down to interpolate. So again, the density here is the one that changes how many of these hairs are emitted per square area. So 1608.9 is the default. I don't know why. It's a very strange number to pick for a default. But this one probably isn't going to have as many. So let's just do 50,000. And again, this isn't how many are going to be on here. It's a density per square area. So, I don't know, count the marbles. I'm not sure how many are actually on here, but there's definitely not 50,000 of them. So now I can see, it looks like I've kind of twisted my hair guides a little. You can see there's like this twisting effect to the hairs. I actually don't mind that for now. I think we'll correct that as we go. But let's see, I think we're good. We're good on there. Let's maybe change our interpolation guides. So what I've done is I've made the curves follow fewer of the guides per curve. So I think that helps with a little bit of the twisting. Looks like I may have just kind of sculpted them in a circle. I'm not really sure I don't like that. I think I'll leave it for now. Maybe it's cool. And then, yeah, so interpolate. I think we're good to go there for the moment. Hair curves noise. I'm going to click this preserve length. That way, any noise we add doesn't just add extra length because the ends of the fur curves will go flying far away. We don't want that. So if you enable and disable the noise, you can see what it's doing. And it actually, to me, looks like the noise was causing the rotation. So let's turn it back on. You can see there's this twisting around the end of the tail there. So I'm actually going to just go ahead and set this factor to something small, but not turn it off. So there's a little bit of randomness in there, but man, let's be bold. Let's do something crazy. Let's go to 0.2. Kickdan says, well, looking at a cowtail, if I can compare the Minotaur to a cowtail wise, I would say you can, yeah. It also seems to have natural hair flow, so it looks pretty good. Yeah, I think so. I agree. Um, it's not necessarily like a big fluffy end, and really the end of it should be pinched. Let's do that in sculpting real quick. Let's go back to sculpt mode, and I'm gonna just see. I don't know if I have enough guides or not. But let's just try to pinch the end here because I think they do. They kind of have like a little like a whip on the end of them. And now, okay, so that is adding. We want to subtract maybe. No, that is definitely going the wrong way. Let's make this smaller. Yeah, I don't think I have enough. I don't think I have enough guides on here to pinch these at the bottom. There we go. So I know that is one thing though. They come to like a point kind of. So I think that's a good recognizable feature of a bull's tail. All right, let's see how that looks. That's a little better. They're still kind of frizzy on the end. Let's maybe do that. And then, oh, that's the other thing you can do. You can use this smooth. A lot of these are very similar to the tools that they had in the old hair system. So I'm a little used to them, although sometimes they still confuse me quite a bit. Let's just do that. And let's just comb these down a little. And it looks like we're basically back to where we started. More or less. I don't know where this little explosion came from here. So the weird thing about the hair curves is that it still seems to me like the curve guides aren't really true. Let's see, where's the end of it? There we go. So I've added an extra curve guide and it interpolated between some existing ones and it pulled down that little puff at the end. So just maybe do that here too. All right. And I have these in this curve shape. You can set some interpolation settings that will kind of tell it what to grab from other ones and what not to. So I'm just going to pull those down because that one did kind of make that little tuft. We'll just do that. And that's probably fine for now. Let's go back to object mode and then let's play around with the noise again. So if I turn this off, man, that might just be the best. I think I like that for now. Let's just leave the noise on a 0 value for now. We'll tune it later if we want to, but right, now let's see what frizz does. So let's disable it. See, so frizz gives it the actual a lot of the volumetric look. I don't want these to be fully frizzed. I think I want them a little frizzed though, because that's way too straight. So let's turn that back on, and let's just go to factor of 0.5 and see what it does. Oh yeah, see, that looks pretty good. So now let's click preserve length again so that it's not adding extra length randomly to curves. That's looking closer. Let's go back up to noise and let's actually put on that 0.1 again. That looks all right. Spot on. Yeah, I think that looks cool. I really like to be able to do as much as I can with the modifiers instead of sculpting them, because I think the sculpting adds basically human error, kind of, if you will, because you can see the top of it looks a little different, but that's also fine because stuff can vary and look a little bit unique, I guess. And sometimes that looks more real than trying to make things perfect anyway. So I'm pretty happy with this right now. Surface deform is turned on. I'm gonna select the body. So now, one thing that I have noticed is attaching the hair curves to the surface. They go under the modifiers for the body, and I think you have to actually manually do that for every new system. So I'm not really entirely sure how to control that, but if I come up here and I grab the rig, uh, must have to turn it on to select it. There you go. If I grab the rig and move it, so it looks like the hair curves are following the body just fine, which is good. The one thing I've noticed that does happen though is you'll have like everything looks good, it's all set up, and then you go into pose and the hairs don't move, they stick. So if that happens, you just need to look more into um, the surface deform modifier and then the modifier on the actual body, the attach hair curves to surface. You just need to make sure that those are set up properly so that the hairs go where they're supposed to. Kickdan says, let's take a look at the Minotaur as a whole to see if it's not too tiny or too big. But yeah, I think it's spot on indeed. Yeah, that's a good point. Because if it's too small, it's not doing any good. That's a good point. Let's turn this rig off so we can see what's going on. And then we don't have all the body stuff turned on. So let's render preview it. So now the reason it's white is because it doesn't have the hair material from everything else. So let's go add that. And we're just going to select the same one from everybody else. And there we go. So now I think what's fun is to add a little bit more variation to the like extra tufts of hair, the extra accent stuff. So I'm going to actually make a copy of this and we'll call this fur material accents. and then I'm going to attach that to the other accent areas that I've made, because then when I change one of these, it's going to change the settings for all of them. So I don't have to go make new materials or reattach later on. But at this point, I like to use the Hair BSDF shader for these, and there's a ton of really cool settings in here. But one of my favorites is this random color slider, so you can change. Basically, 0 is everything's the setup color, and 1 is just a whole bunch of random colors based on the melanin. So if you look at that, most of his body is kind of like this brown color, most of his hair, and then he has these different colored tufts. So I think that can be kind of fun. You can also change like the random roughness and um, a lot of that stuff. I think for this one we probably don't want it to be quite that random of color, or it won't match his body. But having some extra light color around the sides will really make it stick out, so that it doesn't just look like, some extra longer hair particles or anything. Um, in looking at these, I might actually make those just slightly longer. So let's go back up to, now this one is of course under the wrong collection as is usual. So I've just moved it back up. Something I have in the scene makes a copy of the body linked to the scene instead of the collection it's supposed to be in, and I haven't figured out why yet. Let's call these tail hair. So I'll select those, go back into modifiers, and we're just gonna. Oh, okay. So that's one thing we haven't done yet on this new system here. I'm gonna bring in the trim hair curves modifier, and you just select your hair and then drag it right on. And then need to get my reference here. I just have some images on my phone. I found a way that these work, an order they work in, so I'm trying to stick to that. But it looks like trim hair is right under interpolate. So let's just drag that up. We want everything to work as well as we can get it to. So now obviously we don't want them that long, but let's just go to 0.1. And doing this instead of leaving it how it was default just gives us the control for later. So 0.12, just make it a little longer. And it looks like now you can really see the extra like side puffs that I added on accident, but that's okay. We'll be able to play with those a little bit. So I think that's fine. That's looking fine. All right. But yeah, so now from this point forward, trying to pose it is going to be a bigger issue. So let's just do a little test here. I actually, his feet are going to be a better example here. Let's just zoom in on the feet, and we'll know if these are attached the right way or not once we switch this pose. So I'm just going to grab the rig here, and I have keyframes set up for this rig. So I'm going to just move this to frame 2 because it forces the foot to move. And you can see that going from frame 2 to frame 3. So frame 3 is where my base pose is. Frame 2 is just a pose I've used for renders. You can see that everything stays attached, and everything should be good to go there. So now let's check the tail. There is some little tuning you have to do with attaching it, and I'm not entirely sure where you have to do that in the process yet. But let's just basically grab this tail controller here, and I'll just pose it out a little bit. So if everything's attached properly, yep, you'll see the hairs follow the tail just fine. Now you can see though, a good side note, look how slow the viewport is. I'm actually not going that slow. It just takes such a long time to update. So, yeah. But that I think everything's set up. We're good to go there. Auto keys off, so I'm not going to hurt my poses. Let's go back to object mode. So I think we're good to go with controlling those. We'll hide the rig one more time. And then the only other tufts I was really thinking about doing are on his ears. And then if you guys have any other ideas where to put them, at this point, adding extra hairs isn't going to hurt anything. I have enough RAM on my computer to handle as many hairs as we want. What's really going to kill it is when I animate this guy, um, all of these hairs, even if they're disabled in the viewport, will completely tank the viewport. So I haven't found a way to turn them off to be able to animate. So I'm going to have to make a duplicate of this guy with his weapon and his shield and all the clothing set up the exact same way, but no hair on the body. I'm going to run my scene, do all my animations, and then I'm going to copy the rig back to this guy because they should have the exact same rig. So you can just copy and paste all of the keyframes. So that's the workaround that I'm picturing for dealing with all of these hair curves. So it's really annoying to have to do that, but it is what it is. And I guess to be fair, we are asking Blender to generate millions and millions of curves that have, realistic data on them. So I shouldn't be too surprised. Maybe in between horns too, a bit of hairs. You know what? I agree. I think having like a little tuft on top of his head is good. Um, now I'm thinking about maybe having some like armpit hair and maybe like a tuft on his chest, but um, you can add curves for days and days. But yeah, no, I think doing the I think ears is a good one, and then we'll do the head. But we'll do these ones really quick. So we're getting good at the process. A lot of these aren't going to need all of these modifiers to be changed. So let's just go back. So first thing, add vertex group. And it's going to let me name it faster this time, I think. Maybe. Maybe not. Of all things for Blender to be slow at, naming a vertex group should be the easiest. All right. Let's just try something tricky here. Let's just disable all the ones that we're not currently working on in the viewport and see if I can name a dang vertex group. Nope. All right. Should be able to just right click and rename this. 2 clicks. That is the silliest thing, you guys, I swear. Don't want to reset it to default. I want to rename it, please. There we go. There we go. We got it. We got it. All right. Ear hair group. And honestly, while I'm doing this, I'm just going to add the other vertex groups because it's nice and annoying. Looks like I already have an ear hair group in here. Must have been from trying to do particles back in the day. As long as it doesn't crash, there's hope. Yeah. Yeah. There's always hope it will crash. All right. Let's try to add one more. Oh, look at that. We got it right away. Let's just call it forehead. Forehead hair group. I don't have one of those already. Yeah, some of these groups are still left over from hair particles. If you've seen on my channel, the old version of the Minotaur didn't have any of the sculpting. That one was using the old hair particles, and this is the same mesh. I used the same mesh and just subdivided it because it was already retopologized. And just in case you missed that part, here's the mesh. So if I remember right, this one's actually perfect quads. There are 0 tries, or there may not even be anything that's not a quad. So pretty happy with the topology on this one. But anyway, so we need the forehead, we need the ear hair, and then let's just do the armpits. Let's do it. I think that's probably a good one that could be left out on accident. Oh, come on now. Yeah, if trying to name a vertex group causes Blender to crash, then I have some very serious questions for the developers. Oh, come on now. Maybe you just got to click it like 7 times. Yeah, there we go. Armpit, hair, group. And I did notice doing the other groups that like the stock settings for the groups looked really good. So I think like for the armpit hair, that's going to work fine. And the ear hair probably. So let's do ear hair group 1. And let's weight paint that really fast. Okay, so strength of 1. Now I'm going to switch this to projected, not sphere, because I don't want to be painting on the back side. We have our mirror turned on, and we're just going to make this little group that kind of comes out from the inside of the ear. Really, I just want it to kind of be that little spot, because it kind of comes out from like the inside of the ear, not the outside of it. So I'm going to do that, and then I'm going to turn the weight off and try to hit this a little better and remove part that's on the top of his or the outside of his ear, I guess. Just do that. Ah, yep. Looks like I missed and painted right through the mesh there. Yep, and I will tell you, you have to be very patient doing this weight painting once you have all these hairs on here. It's a very, very tedious process. I'm actually thinking now maybe it would be a good idea to create copies of the meshes and then um, just have them on top of each other and disable 1 or 2 in the viewport, because your hairs could all be grouped to different meshes. And that probably can save a lot of the performance issues. And honestly, maybe even for animating. Um, Hopefully I can get away with doing it that way. Just have basically like low poly duplicate of it. That's a pretty smooth mesh indeed. Gonna have to check out the previous video to see the difference. Yeah, this one is well, it's actually my little Minotaur guy for my channel, the channel icon. This is one of the first characters I worked on, so I kind of leapfrog them and improve them, one after the other in steps. And I decided that since this guy's kind of like the mascot for the channel, he should be brought up to um, brought up to be current too. So I don't need to show all of these groups. But yeah, no, it I took the time once and retopologized it, and it just never had all the sculpting details, so I decided to come back and add them. I'm glad I did. But let's while we're doing these, let's grab the forehead hair group, and let's weight paint that real quick. I kind of just want to be done with the weight painting since it's so tedious. Front faces only. That's probably what I needed to be checked. So, um, well, what do you think? Should we put it just on the top or down his forehead a little? I'll start up here so that if you have an opinion on it, I'll wait and see what you think. Man, that runs slow. Look at that. Painful. I want to make sure it's not crossing through. Yeah, see, look at that. It just Something about project is causing it to go past really bad. Maybe a bit down the forehead, but not too much. What about around the base of the horns? Kind of like bulls and cows. Yeah, I think so. Just a little one in here. I agree. Let's just do that. Can always change it anyway. Depends on what kind. Yeah. And this mirroring is just not working out today, but I'll put a little one. I think on the original version of him I had a tuft on his head too, so checker reference. Yeah, I mean, I it's okay however we want to do it though. That's uh that's the best part of making characters that don't exist is you get to do whatever you want. That's why I tend to avoid making humans is because it's much harder to get things right when um, people have expectations of what they should look like. It's much more fluffy on top. All right. Yeah, I'll start with these and we'll get them fluffy and see what it looks like. I think that'll be pretty close. Let's see. Let's look in the positive Z. It's definitely not mirrored, which is fine, but I would think on his head it'd be fairly mirrored. Yeah, it's a Minotaur. You get to do what you want. Exactly. I get humans from places like Daz because they look better than I can build, but I like making my own custom fantasy ones on my own. All right. Let's just smooth some of this so we don't have weird little clumps of hair that pop up in red spots. All right. That's probably good to start. So we got his ears and his head. Back to object mode, and now we're just going to do the armpit hair. I'm going to put like 15 hairs in each side and call it good. Wheat paint. All right. This one should be easy. Let's just put it like right here. That'll just be like one little tuft. Let's make that a little bigger. Yeah, that'll work. Actually, let's move it up the arm a little more. Really kind of just want it to come out as one little spot. Yeah, that was definitely too far around the side. So yeah, tonight I actually started to pull an environment into Blender to animate with this, and um, the scene that I had picked plus the character enabled was taking 50 gigabytes of system RAM and about 14 gigs of VRAM. So um, gonna have to optimize something because that's gonna be way too hard to run. Okay. All right. And maybe I'll do some Eevee renders with the guy with no hair systems on too. Because if you look, I'll show you what the here's what the skin looks like on its own. So from far enough away, it doesn't really just look like skin. So I might do some Eevee stuff that is a lot easier to animate as well. Okay. And of course, the mirroring is awful because this one goes down his arm a lot more. Um, And that's a lot of resources, indeed. Are you running one of your render units in the render farm? Um, the machine I'm working on right now is my what I call my workstation. So it's just my desktop, if that's what you mean. Um, the when I actually go to render these, yeah, I'll probably use 8 of the computers. I'll probably throw everything at it just to get them done because like especially with the hair turned on doing cycles renders, I can't preview my animations in real time, so it's really hard to know what they look like until I preview render them. Unless of course I figure out how to actually make the duplicate of him, for posing purposes. But so all right, I think we're I think we're ready to start throwing hair systems on. So I know the ones that are going to be easy are the hair for the ears and the armpits. So I'm going to do those as fast as I can. So let's just go ahead and add curve, fur, and that's going to take just a minute because it goes everywhere. Now let's go into our interpolate hair curves, density mask. What is this? Ear hair group 01, not the old one. And it gave him one hair right there. So let's just call that good. I'm just kidding. Um, man, that's kind of funny though. Yeah, it just gave him the one, didn't it? All right. Well, we'll work with our one hair. Let's turn this up to 25,000 for the density. It's a very small spot, so you have to have a bit to know. Yeah, that'll work. Um, and then I'll just have to sculpt it back a little bit. But let's go through some of our other settings first to see how much we really need to do. Let's take off the noise. Not sure that we'll need the noise. Let's preserve length on all these things though. Okay, and then I'm going to throw the trim hair in before we get too far. Where are you, trim hair? Why am I not seeing it? There it is. Okay, and then that one's going to go right under interpolate. Okay. And we're going to make these 0.1, see what they look like. Might be a little long. 0.08. Yeah, that's going to be perfect. All right. I'm going to go look from the positive Z, and we're going to go into sculpt mode, curve, snap to deform surface, and then, all right. So I'm going to have to, let's just remove a bunch of these. And actually, you know what? We're not going to do that. We're just going to add one in each ear so that, and then we'll tell our curves to follow just one curve guide. I think that's going to be easier than removing all these. I'm just going to take off any that are kind of close to the ears so that it's not confusing it. Get rid of some of these because they're not really going to do anything for us. Okay, so now I just have one in there. I can go to object mode and I'm going to turn the interpolate guides down to 1. And supposedly that should cause the hairs to follow the guide more. So now we have to look at noise and frizz because I think those are giving us our shape. Yeah, so okay, we definitely want frizz on. And honestly noise, but probably just turn it down to a small amount again. Okay. And then frizz, I'm actually going to make a little smaller this time. Okay. And then let's go to sculpt. And now I just need to move these back a little. So I'm going to just try to pull these just a little so they're actually in his ear and not sticking out through his ear. Okay. Before it gets too crazy, let's see what that looks like. And then I think we're gonna try this pinch tool again. I cannot tell if that's doing anything at all. All right, let's try to. So the only thing I have a problem with is some of these are clipping through his ear. Let's maybe correct our shape just a little, and then I'll turn down some of the noise maybe. Okay, now I do know we could probably put another curve guide in here and um, maybe try to get those to behave better. But let's try this first. Let's go to the for the hair curve profile. Let's I don't know if it'll be that one or not, but let's try to change the shape of the profile. I think that yeah, that just changes where the thickness is along each hair curve. Um, Trim hair curves. Hair curves noise. I guess we can also just try new seeds of these. Yeah, they're not going to change anything. Oh, that's turned off. You have to actually change something when you do it. Okay. Let's set that back to where it was. We'll go back to object mode and I am going to add a pinch somewhere in here. There is a interpolate hair curves. That one's already there. Smooth. Let's try the smooth hair curves. And I'm just going to guess that a good spot for that is right under the noise and the frizz. Don't know if it'll matter or not. Okay. Um, let's just try. Okay, so the smoothing just makes them straight. So we don't need that one actually. Just trying to decide. So what it's doing is it's emitting all of these hairs from the planes in a tangent. Actually, I do know what we can do. I think some of these weight paints are problems. So I'm going to go to the ear group, and you can see that the weight paints come out too far. So I'm just going to cheat. Instead of doing what I need to, I'm going to remove hairs that are uh, causing the troublemakers, and then we'll just go from there. Let's maybe take this down a little because I don't want them going backward. And then all we have to do after that is just add a little density to create some extra particles since these ones are going to be gone. All right. Yay for cheating. Let's get rid of that guy. Maybe this one. Yeah, I didn't realize that this weight paint could be so tiny and still look decent. So that's kind of interesting to learn. So basically, if you want like on the armpit hair, it's probably going to be a better idea just to um, have a little dot instead of as much as we actually added. Let's just take some of the edges around here. I know this guy right here is going to be a problem. There we go. Okay, so now they actually come from his ear and just stick out. That's all I want. Shouldn't be that hard. And then, of course, the mirror probably didn't work very well. No. Oh, okay, actually that did work. All right, good enough. Let's go back to object mode. So now that we have like 8 hairs in there, I'll probably add just a couple on the density. Oh, let's just go to 50,000. Just double it. That looks fine. Of course, there's a few still coming through, but I think I will play around with the other nodes. I think what you could do is add curve guides up here and down here, and probably get it to behave better. So if I actually add one down here and up here, and then set my curve guides to 2 or 3, then when I sculpt these, let's just make it big. There's not any other ones to bother. So when I bring these together, it should keep all of them following the paths better. Yes, that's what we wanted. All right. Can you add randomness in ear hair length later on? Yes. Actually, I think I can do that easily with what we have here. I think there's a checkbox for randomizing length. Let's see. So let's just pull these in together. See, now I think what you have to do, earlier I was trying to pinch it where there weren't hair guides. So I think if I pinch this, yeah, see, it'll bring the guides closer together. So that's what I really needed to do earlier. But let's check his other one. That looks okay. I kind of want him to stick out anyway, so I think that's cool. And then, yeah, let's go look at our set curve. Oh no, the trim hair. Scale uniform. Scale each curve uniformly to reach the target length. Random offset. 0.05? Yeah, there you go. So I think what this does is gives it basically a range. Yeah. I think that looks pretty cool. That's the ear hairs we love. Haha. Never expected to say that to somebody. Yeah. Well, that kind of happens on this channel sometimes. Things are said that are unexpected. All right. Well, that actually looks really cool, though. I'm happy with those right now. See, it's little details like that that really make things pop. It's just that little details are still very, very expensive in computer world. But I tell myself that the next generation of hardware is going to save us, and it's not. But we'll think that. So, all right. Well, I'm happy with that one. Let's grab this random copy that it makes for no reason, and we'll throw it up into the collection with the character. We'll rename this ear hair. Okay, and then we're just going to go ahead and disable them right away. And let's just add another one. Add, where am I going? Curve, fur. And this context box pops up too. You can actually um, prevent some of the settings that we've been fighting. So I'm actually going to not have it apply any hair guides. And theoretically, all of these should disappear off of this body right now. Oh no, maybe not. It's just going to, they're not going to be controlled by anything yet. Noise and frizz we want. Hair length, 0.1 is probably fine. Radius, we'll do all that later. But yeah, so I'm going to grab this one, and we've got kind of our standard settings again. So let's go right into the interpolate and grab our, what are we on? Forehead hair group. So there you go. He's got a little mohawk thing going on. And you know, you could almost leave that, but we'll play around with it a little bit. Interpolation guides. Let's bring this down to like 2, and then I'm going to um, increase the density, but I'm going to add some curve guides on my own. So I'm going to go into the sculpt mode, curves, snap to deform surface. Not sure if I have to do that. I've just been told by other tutorials that I should. People may or may not know this, but I am not an expert at all. I've been accused of being an expert before, but I quickly walked that back. All right, yeah, and we'll just get a few on there. I think a line of them is all we're going to need, because we'll just kind of make it swoop a little bit if we need to, but I think that length is actually decent. So let's move these around a little and see what happens. Actually, let's get our trim hair on here first, because it might be a little too long. So let's just throw that on. And we're going to move that right up to right under here. Generate. I don't think that needs to be on there. Yeah, there we go. Scale uniform length. I've been doing 0.1 for everything, so let's do like 0.25. See where that gets us. That's probably too long. Let's go 0.15. Honestly, I think that's still too long, but we'll see. We can do some, let's do some random offset. Let's see what that looks like. Oh, that's pretty cool. All right. Now I think this is a great spot to try out the shrink wrap, because I want them to stick to the body more for now. Although I do kind of think this little mohawk thing is kind of cool. Really, really tempted to leave that. I don't know. Change our thickness here just a little. I've definitely noticed that if you leave the hairs too thick, they don't look real at all. It does look pretty cool. I agree. We're gonna leave that for now. I think we're gonna leave that until somebody tells me it looks dumb, and then I'll worry about it. But I think that looks pretty cool. So I'm gonna actually increase the density a little. One thing about hair is if you're gonna go with real hair, um, you have to have enough, or it just looks wrong. It looks like mangy almost. So you definitely want to make sure you have enough. So you're either going to do it by texture and it'll run nice and smooth but won't look real, or you'll do it to look real and you have to do everything the right way. But you know, at this point, I'm going to just see what that looks like in render. You know what? Do you think we should put it down his neck too? I don't know. I'm tempted to make like a ridge of it, because I've seen them drawn that way. I don't know. I'll think about that. Noise, frizz. I think a lot of that looks pretty nice right now. So let's just call that one good for the moment. I'm in object mode, so I'm just gonna grab this. the reason I'm moving all these right now, normally you won't have to do that. I have something linked wrong, but the reason I'm moving them is so that I remember what they're supposed to be called. Yeah, thin ridge. Okay, all right, I'm gonna do it, but I'm gonna put it down like down his back too, maybe like onto the tail. We'll see how that looks. We'll call this head and back hair. Maybe with accessories and nodes later on. Yeah, that would really be cool. I could I could have it like tied up or something because and actually the way the curves work now, you can do stuff um like this and wrap it into braids and stuff like that without very much effort. So um that will be pretty cool. Yeah, I there is so much you can do with it. There really is. Weight paint. Let's make sure his head. Nope, his head one is not selected. Do I dare try to rename this group right now? I'm not going to. It won't pop up anymore, so I'm not going to worry about it. Yeah, let's just do. So I'll just have it transition into kind of a thinner line. Oops, wrong way. Wrong way. Word to the wise: when you have this much stuff on your mesh, don't undo weight paints. It actually takes longer than just repainting. So we'll do that, and I'm just going to try to run a little line down his back. And then that's still kind of by his head, so now I'll thin it out more. I'm going to see if I can do this in a nice clean line. I need like a ruler that I can drag my mouse on. Um, I don't know. I think that's cool. We'll try it. I don't know if it's too, it might be too thick of a line. So let's just leave it and we'll do a thinner one and see what that looks like. Come on, computer. Survive. Looks like it's doing okay. That was all one long paint. I think that's actually going to look really cool. All right. I'm going to disable this part of the clothes. Don't worry, he has underwear on. Nobody be frightened. I'm going to run this all the way down to the top of the tail because I think that's going to be cool. We'll just see what it looks like. The nice thing too is if you really don't like the curves, you can come back later and just delete the whole thing and restart. All right, let's just try to go right down. All right, that's going to be just too cool. And then we'll widen it out right here. Thinner and thinner down the spine, but maybe tiny bit more thick near the bottom. That's what I was thinking. I'm gonna do a dot right here. Oh yeah, that's gonna be cool. I don't know how long it's gonna take to render this, but I don't care anymore. Z is in here. Hello, Z. Um, what are you reacting to currently? I hope you mean it looks cool. All right, let's get this thinned out because that was maybe a little overzealous there. What am I making? All right. Right now I'm just adding some extra hair curves. I think I'm gonna leave the neck ones. This kind of looks more like a horse mane, but that's okay. We'll make it look however. This is this is my Minotaur character. I'm adding a bunch of extra like accent hair groups. He's got them on so far on his feet, his tail, his armpits will have them, his ear has them. We're just doing this one on his head, and then his entire body has hair curves. So here in a minute, I'll enable all of them so you can see them. Let's see, the other thing we're going to do, we're going to clean up this line because I noticed a few of these stragglers earlier. Let's see. Got to name him when done. Yeah, yeah. I've actually never named any of the characters I've worked on. Probably should. Okay, that's gonna be good enough. I could change the fall off so that it's sharper, but it's fine. I'm gonna leave that. Um, Imagine. I think you meant to say horses have six packs. I don't know. I think that's what you meant, and not horse. All right. Um, yeah. Okay. Well, this guy's entire purpose in my animations is going to be to beat up people. So, well, we may or may not actually have him doing any of that, but all right, yeah, that's pretty cool. He is going to look kind of like a horse, but oh well. Also, I'll have to come back later and fix the clipping through the hair or through the clothing, but I can. That's something I can work on later. I think what you could do is actually just trim the hair guides. So you could add extra hair guides here and make them shorter and lay them down, but that's going to take a while, so I'll wait on that for the moment. Um, what else have we got? We've got to do the armpits real fast. So let's go back to weight paint because um, as we saw with the ears, we don't want too much weight. Yeah, see, that's going to be too much. So I'm just going to actually clear this. And we'll just put one little dot now that we know the best way. That's the Minotaur for you, and no, he does look like a Minotaur, in my opinion. Well, that's good. I think when we turn all the materials on and stuff, it's not gonna look like a horse, but it's just that I don't think they normally have like a mane on them, but I think it's just too cool not to have it there. All right. I can't tell because of this blue shading, I can't tell where I exactly want this, but we're just gonna put one small dot instead of the massive one we had. And then it should be a little easier to control. Yeah, I think that's going to be fine. Actually, we need to make sure the other side looks okay. Scroll over here. Yeah, that'll work. Okay, so now let's save this because we all know Blender. And then I will add curve for, we'll wait a second. Boom, way too much. Density mask. Armpit hair group. All right, there he's got his two armpit hairs. We're good to go. We can move on. What do we need? I wish I knew how to copy the modifiers from one group to another quicker. Because I know there's some of them that wait a minute, we don't want to do that yet. let's go to sculpt, curves, snap to deform mesh. We're just going to paint ourselves. How did I have to do that earlier? 1, 2, maybe 3 of these. Oops. Apparently, if you click exactly on a hair curve, it makes the hair become a curve. Weird. All right. Yeah, I don't think we need this generate modifier, so I'll get rid of that. And then we need to get our trim hair right away. That one's going to be important. Just collapse these real quick so I can move it easier. Right under interpolate. And let's bump this up. I think 25,000 density worked for the ears, so that'll probably be fine. Let's do 0.15. See what that looks like. Scale uniform. That'll look fine. Random offset. I think that one was pretty awesome on the other one. So let's just add some randomness. Yep. Curves, noise. Oh, that's the other thing we need to do. Let's turn our guides down to 2. That'll work. Chest bro. You're right. We'll do a chest group right after this. I agree. I think at this point, if we don't have it, it's not going to make sense. Let's do a little bit thinner hairs in here. 0.5. That'll work. Okay, then I'm going to sculpt these. I don't want the hairs clipping into his body, so I'm going to attempt to make these just kind of come straight out. I guess really it's not probably going to be too big of an issue if they go into the body, but I should have a mirror on. Let's shrink this real fast. Those are too long. Okay. Oh, I think that'll be fine. Let's see what the other side looks like. I think that'll work for now. We'll play with some noise and stuff. And realistically, if they clip into his arms, you won't be able to see it anyway. So let's play with some noise. Turn that down to 0.5. And then the frizz. Well, that's the other thing. We need to preserve length on both of these. Just a little extra tuft. I think that looks all right for now. Might touch that up later, but the other thing I need to do is I got to bring all of these curves back up to the right collection. Might need to make like a subfolder so I can disable all of these hairs at one time. All right. Armpit, head and back. I don't think we have any other hidden ones. What's your Discord? Because I was learning Blender, so if I need any help, I might ask you. When streaming, I guess it'll be fun. What do you think? Yeah, I do have a Discord. I don't remember what name it is that I have to share with you, because don't you have to share like the ID with it, or do you not have to do that anymore? Because I don't really have a Discord like server set up, but I just have a user on there. But it's the same as my channel. It's just under contradiction design. Let me let me pull it up. I'll tell you what the name is on there. Of course, it's got to update because every time you're going to use an app, it has to update. Yeah, and that is one thing actually. That's I'm glad you said that. Um, I'm going to eventually build a Discord server so that uh, we can use it for sharing files and all that stuff. But all right, I will just share it here in the chat. There is my username in Discord. Um, and I'll leave Discord up, so if you message me, then I'll see it right away. But yeah, no, Discord's good. I'm here to help people, so anybody who hears this, feel free to reach out. I can't do your projects for you, but I can help you figure out what you need to do. And if we become friends over time or whatever, then that'll change. But you should build the server. I know I need to. I really do. I know I've got a couple friends from YouTube that have them, and it's just really nice to have. So, all right. Okay, chest. I think that might be the last one that we really need. So let's select the body. Let's add one more vertex group. Let me name it. For anyone who's new here, I've been struggling to name vertex groups all night. Apparently this file is so heavy that it won't even let me change names, so that's been nice. Chest pair group. Yeah, that would be lit, so this community can help each other from time to time. We will all learn a lot. Yeah, I will. I'll do it. I need to learn how to set it up the right way so that it's not set up wrong or just I have to check into the security settings and all that kind of stuff. I've just never used Discord enough. But I will definitely do it. I think that's a really good one. All right. So we're on this guy. Let's just add another hair system. Where am I going? Curve. Fur. Must be getting a little forgetful. There we go. All right. Context menu. Now this time we're going to, yeah, we're not going to apply hair guides. So it's good that's checked. So now we're going to come in here. I was honestly only going to do like a couple of these hair systems tonight. I'm excited. Let's see. Oh yeah, we don't want the armpit hair. We want the new one. Oops. Oh, we're in generate. We don't want generate. We want interpolate. All right, hold on. I think I know what it's doing. So that's what it is. So you go into sculpt mode, whatever the curves are parented to, you have to do this snap to deform surface first. I bet you that's our problem. And then once you do that, you get all your settings maybe. Oop, we don't need a keyframe. All right, hold on. I got to figure out what we got going here. Position, those are not right. Let's just delete that and try again. I think I know. So when I add the curve, We'll add the fur. It'll go all over the body again. Um, let's try to have it apply hair guides then this time. So I'm wondering if you have to go in and attach this stuff first. Otherwise, it doesn't have any actual hairs. Yeah, see, now the generate modifier is gone, and we should have our chest hair group. There we go. All right, so that's what it is. Okay, I think that worked. Um, Kickdan says, if you need help, I can show you a nice DIY server. I'm admin on with around 1,000 people. Wow. A few good bots to have, and that will be pretty secure. No spam, floods, or weird links and logs if something happens. For easier management. Awesome. Yeah, no, that would be huge. Like even with streaming, it took me finding somebody that was comfortable with it to be able to learn how to do it. So, um, no, that's awesome. Yeah, if you're willing to do that to help out, that's great. Curves. All right. Um, we don't have any hairs coming out. So let's see what we've got going. It's attached to the body. Let's try to re-add that generate hair curves. What I find really weird though is that we didn't have to do that when we added some of these other groups. All right. Let's just do this how it seems to want to do it. Um Chest hair group. I think they're enabled. Interpolate hair curves. I don't have them set to 0 in the viewport, so that's not the issue. Um, hmm. Let's delete it one more time. I have one more theory. Curve fur. We're gonna just change some of our settings here before we take that off. You know what? Is it? No, it's not putting them inside the faces. There's got to be something on here that we put that is not letting this add to the mesh for some reason. Huh. I'm I'm like 5% scared that there's too many and Blender is just like, "No, you're done." Here's the invite. Uh can ping me anytime. Sweet. Thank you. I definitely will. I definitely will. Yep, I think Discord's a great tool though. Definitely something that could be used more. All right, see, now something just doesn't make any sense. Delete that one. It's not popping up in the bottom anymore. Oh, I know what. We didn't paint a weight paint group. How dumb. So I made the group while we were just trying to name it, and I forgot to actually paint a weight paint on it. Okay. All right, we got this train back on the tracks, guys. All right, the chess group. I am just going to let's set this to projected. Actually, let's go sphere. That seemed to work. In front faces only, and then let's. I'm just gonna do it like wider at the top and then thins out. Let's try that. See what you guys think. Man, that is so crazy that the mirror is broken so bad. I don't know why it does that. All right. Now let's see. I'm gonna bring this in because I think that'll be too it'll hide too much of the detail on the sculpting. I don't want to do that. So I just want to kind of have it tuck in between his pecs there. That'll probably be fine. Um well yeah, and that is the weird thing to me. The mesh is definitely the cleanest one. Well, I mean it's basically as clean as it can possibly be, realistically. I mean it's all quads. Um I don't have a single try, I don't have a single end gun on this whole model. So I'm not really sure why that happened, but all right, I'm gonna pull this up to make it like a kind of a V shape almost, more so than a T, and then just kind of thin this out. I don't honestly, it probably won't matter, but it's really irritating not to be able to mirror these. I wonder if I can mirror weights in the menu. And then he's got like a random one out here. I can see there's just a faint blue line there. Okay, weights. Ah, yeah, there you go. Mirror. Flip weights under names. Editing. Flipping when both are selected. Otherwise, copy. Okay, we're not going to deal with it because I'll kill something. I'm not willing to take the risk. All right, and then I'm going to clean up the top line here. I want the hairs to come out right below his collarbone. That's my plan. And we'll see what that spits out. Yeah, thanks to everybody who's here hanging out with me right now. It is 1:30 a.m. here. So tomorrow's workday should be a lot of fun. All right. Something about the shading is tricking my eyes, making me think there's little extra weight paint lines. I don't think there are. All right. We're going to start with that. I know in the past I've put hair all the way up his neck. So I may end up reverting to that, but I think for now it's okay. The other thing I'm going to do is blur this to make it just a little more smooth. All right. Can you guys still hear me? YouTube is warning me that I have a bitrate issue, so let me know if there's a problem with audio or anything. Okay, we're going to save this again. All right. Add fur. Clear audio here. Awesome. Okay, that's good. Oops, not that. Chest hair group I missed. There we go. All right, now we're in business. Yeah, I don't. Sometimes YouTube's little warnings when I'm streaming don't make any sense, and sometimes my internet crashes without me knowing. So you just never know, I guess. So I'll go to sculpt mode, snap to deform surface. Oh, let's just get rid of guides that are close, like on his head here. That those are going to cause a problem because they'll reach for those. None of these down here should be an issue, but they're easy enough to get rid of, so may as well. Get rid of those. So the one time we applied this, not applying those worked really well. So again, for those who haven't seen this process tonight, these are what the hair curves follow. So it it spawns a bunch of random generated, randomly attached ones all over the body that you're attaching hair to. So I just like to clean these up because if you don't have enough in the area of the curve, it'll just reach for the nearest. And if they're really far away, it's just going to cause them to behave weird. All right, I think we're good. So now I'm going to add them just in the area that we need. Let's mirror this, and I'm going to do a little bit smaller. And we're just going to try to control this one somewhat precisely. So where they cross each other toward the middle like that, I think those sometimes create some of our extra frizziness that I don't really want. So I'm going to get rid of these ones that cross, and I'm going to turn off the mirror and just put one right in the middle. And then I can at least just control one line of hair, if you will. All right, that looks like plenty. We need to come in here and change how the guides influence. So let's try 2 and see what it does. Actually, no, let's go 3. So that tells it how many of the guides each hair curve should react to, basically. Okay, now I'm going to attempt to mirror an X. And we're just going to pull this down. I don't want it to stick off of his body. Let's try to get this. Woo! Come on. There we go. Want it to kind of flow down and then hang as if it's just a little bit heavier. That's pretty good. I'm going to pull in the sides a little. So it kind of looks like it falls between his pecs there more. And then, honestly, having a little bit of offset is probably a good thing in the sideways direction, but we'll just go with that. Oh, didn't grab those. We'll just do that. see what that looks like. Okay. So I think we're good in sculpt mode. Now we just play with some nodes. These ones, don't necessarily want them to be too thick, but that might be just a little too thick. So let's do that. Okay, so that made the hairs less thick. Density, let's try 25K again. This is a big area, so it'll generate a lot of curves because we've told it to. And I can see that I really don't like these extra hairs on the side, and I think I'm going to put some on his neck here. So I'm going to modify the weight paint to do that instead of trying to trim hairs. So what's happened is where there's hairs coming out of the side, there's extra little tiny weight paints that I didn't get earlier when I tried to clean the edge up. So you can see when I painted that, it deleted that edge hair. The other side, I think, wasn't as bad. But you can get very precise with this and take out just little tiny spots. So I'm going to do that. The other nice thing is Blender won't continuously generate different hair. So you don't have to worry about this changing. Like, it's not going to regenerate the particles. So if you actually come in here and take out a specific curve you don't like by weight painting, then it won't come back unless you change the seed of the setting. So in my case, everything should be just fine. But all right, I'm gonna run some just up his neck. I don't think it'd make too much sense to have it just stop in a line. We'll have to add a couple hair curve guides probably, but I'll have to have it go up over his collarbones, which is fine. Screwdog is here. Hello. I finally have so much free time. Is this easy enough to follow along as a newbie, or should I start from past vids? It's not too hard to follow along. What I would do is keep watching the channel in the next, I'll say week, because I don't want to be too ambitious with my schedule, but in the next few days or a week, I'll have another stream and show you how to just completely do this from the start. But I've got a ton of practice, so it's a lot easier for me to explain now than a couple months ago when I didn't really know what I was doing. So I would say for a noob, nothing is too complicated to watch. I wouldn't avoid learning at any stage. But basically what you're seeing right here is I'm adding weight paints to a vertex group on his body, and that's controlling how much, or well, it's controlling where the hair comes out. So weight painting is very simple. That one I could explain just with a couple questions in the chat here. I would say it'll probably make more sense on the next stream, because I'm going to add the full hair system to the Bull Centaur guy that I have. And you'll be able to see the process from just a ready to go mesh and everything after that. So that'll probably be easier to follow, but we'll cover the basics here and just do like a recap real quick. It is getting super late here, so I'll end up having to quit sooner or later, but I think that looks great. But yeah, so when you add fur, Screwdog, when you add fur to the body, it just adds it everywhere. And then what I've done is weight painted an area for the hairs to come out of. So instead of making hairs on the entire body for this curve settings, it's made it just here where I've weight painted. So all of that is controlled in these modifiers that are automatically set up for you when you add the hair curves to the body. So I'll show you all of the hairs that this guy has in a minute. But I'd I'd like to see the total count. I wonder if I can find that in here. I bet it has the info. But I've got to have, I don't know, maybe 50 million actual hairs on this, if I had to guess. And I don't know if you ever used the old particle hair back in the day, but it was just awful. And to even imagine running this many hair particles was kind of a joke. All right, I think I'm gonna actually leave that how it is. And then I'm gonna puff. Nah, we'll leave it. We'll leave it. That's getting too specific. I think it's pretty cool. Kickdan says, yeah, it's pretty chill. So nice learning curves. Also, the part to set up a render farm without third-party tools is awesome. Good way to exploit. Like, I didn't realize you were talking about my channel. Thank you, thank you. Those are very kind words. Yeah, my two topics I cover on here are rendering hardware and like actual Blender work. So I do have more basic things. All my old hair stuff is about the old system, so I'd ignore it. The new stuff will be much, much, much more useful. But just know that you're going to have a really, really good computer to do any animating with these attached. So I'm going to come up with kind of a little standard system for myself to animate characters with hair. And then rendering will have to be handled in a little bit more tricky way, but yeah, that's all stuff. So you'll have plenty of opportunities on lives and videos here in the next couple weeks to see the full process in one go. But man, I don't know. We've got let's turn them all on. Okay, thanks. I used Blender back in high school, but I forgot everything. I think now's the best chance for me to catch up. Yeah, and um I've only used Blender for 3 or 4 years, so I only know 2.8 and above, but it definitely works better than it did back then, I think. At least from everything that I've been told by the the people who pioneered it basically. All right. Chest, hair. Okay. Now we have all of these different hair curves. I think I'm going to leave this on the chest. I think I like how that turned out. I'm tempted to just run a line down the front of him too because we already have this one on the back. But I think for now I'll leave it. And then let's turn on everything here quick. All right. So body, ear, feet, head hair, tail hair. Okay. So now the hair systems that I've disabled. So you have your normal disable controller for the viewport in here, and you have your visibility disable. So to turn off the chest hair, I can turn it off visibly. It's still calculating everything, so it's not going to perform any better. And even the disable in viewport button doesn't cause the calculation to stop. So if you want to get the best performance, you have to click into each one of these and go to the interpolate hair curves modifier, and you have to change the viewport amount to 0. Now I'll say that with just the body hair on him, before we added all this stuff tonight, he was not performant for animating. Like two frame per second playback in the viewport. So trying to actually animate with these things attached to a body is not going to work. So, but anyway, to re-enable these so we can see them, we can get all our materials, and then we'll render it once. Um, the hair systems are these curve systems. What you want to do is select it, go into the modifiers, interpolate hair curves. I'm going to set the viewport amount for each of these to 1. And for some of these, it's going to take a long time because there's so many strands. So you'll have to bear with it for a second while it loads. Okay, so you can see just the mesh looks a little fuzzy now. He's got his body hair on. Chest hair's on, ears are on, feet are on, um, head and back are on. I think we just need his head hair. I'm actually going to rename this face so I don't confuse myself and delete something. The hair on the tail is on, so the face hair, let's set it to 1. Right. And I'm very curious to see what kind of VRAM use we're going to go up to when I turn this thing into cycles mode. All right. So I'm going to save this. Oh, and that is the other one. And maybe even the coolest one. His this belt I got from Daz Studio, and I modified it pretty heavily to follow his body, but I actually have to redo a bunch of the stuff on like the belt itself, and the buckles and stuff like that don't deform properly. But I got this from Daz. It came with its own hair. The hair didn't work because it just turned into a mesh. So um, I'll actually show you guys the hair that I have on the outfit as well. And we'll see if I can fill up my system RAM doing this. All right. Well, he already looks fuzzy. I'm going to turn off the screen cast so the buttons stop popping up on the screen. We don't really need those. I'm going to save it one more time. We don't need our hair curve stuff, so I'm going to join this so we can get our viewport back. And then what else do we need to do first? We need to set materials. That is one thing. So let's try to load up the render mode. Well, that's not too bad. Yeah, I think Blender's lying to me. Yeah, there we go. 9.2 gigs of VRAM is what it's using. So that's not even really that bad. I mean, relative to ones I've worked on before. Um, Time to release hell on system hardware. Yeah, I with the environment. Okay, here. Let me just kill everything. I'll turn the environment on and show you guys, and then we'll throw all the hair materials on so that we can get what he really looks like. So I don't know that I'll leave those hairs white. I don't know. I kind of do like having them a different color, but I guess you guys can help me decide that. If we want to leave the accent hairs like a white color, or I mean, they could even be painted. I don't know. Maybe it has war paint on or something. Um, but let me turn on this environment I got. I also got this one from Daz Studio. I think Daz models are great, but they have way too much detail. Um, Sage Minotaur. Yeah, he does. He looks like he's old or experienced, or however you'd want to phrase that in the proper way. But let's turn up the environment strength and cheat for a second. Um, but yeah, so this environment here I got from Daz. It's just, I mean, it's just a fairly high poly plane with a bunch of trees and stuff. Actually, I'm gonna throw this like a normal Blender environment texture. Um, oh, that isn't what I want. Hold on. Surface. We want the sky. Where's the sky shader? Here it is. There we go. We want a sky texture. Make it a little more realistic. And then I need to raise the sun up a little so it's not too dark out. Yeah, there we go. Um, my little computer would die trying to do this. I know I'm super lucky to have all the hardware that I do. Um, because like right now, Blender. Let me rotate it one more time. Right now, Blender is telling me that I'm using 15.4 gigs of VRAM and 20 gigs of system RAM. So, uh, yeah, needless to say, it's pretty brutal. I'm really hoping that a new CPU and next gen stuff is going to make some of this brute forceable, but it's not going to get there. It just isn't. Okay, let's hide our trees. Can we do that? There we go. We just got a few of these that are making too many shadows. All right. And then let's hide our camera because that's just kind of in the way. But yeah, so the first animation, since you guys are here, you'll get a sneak peek. The first animation I'm going to do with him, he's going to be walking through this forest or some sort of like a cave or canyon um, in the fog, kind of looking around, going kind of slow, and then I'll have a light source kind of fly up in the air that scares him. So that's going to be the first scene. But like I said, posing this guy is basically not real doable. Kickdan says the new Threadrippers look pretty insane for 3D workflows, though I wonder if Windows won't be the bottleneck there with so many cores and threads. Well, I think actually I've been debating whether I should just go for the 7950X instead of a Threadripper, and I actually think I'm going to, because when I look at most of the processes that I run in Blender, like actually modeling and doing hair and stuff, it doesn't use more than uh, half of my CPU, and only really big fluid simulations use enough to justify that many cores. But um, you take a huge hit on clock speed. So I'm still debating with myself whether or not I should get the Threadripper or save half the money and get you know um, the 7950X. But we'll see. I'll have to watch some practical tests and see what people come up with. Screwdog says, "Is the light source like Firefly size or spaceship?" I I think honestly, just for the sake of it being kind of a hook, I think it'll be like you'll be looking at him from a side view as he's walking, and the light source will go up from his front, and yeah, it'll be like spaceship sized. I don't know that it'll be a spaceship, maybe, but it'll kind of be a massive, overexposed, bright white light that he's watching fly up in the air, and then you'll get like God rays coming through the fog that kind of shine like above his head and down. That's kind of what I'm picturing. Um, yeah, the ratio watt for performance is really good with Zen 4 based CPUs. It is, and they're very fast. But I'm already on a 5950X, so deciding whether or not that extra is worth doing now, or if I should just wait for 8000 series and see what they have then. But um, uh, Brewdog says, "Oh, I understand the scene now. It's really the scene is really just going to be a way to kind of make him look cool. It's not going to really make any sort of sense. And then eventually I'll have to actually come up with some sort of stories. But all right, yeah, I'm going to turn this environment off real quick, actually, guys, because we'll run a render with it, but it's going to tank actually rendering the fur in the viewport, and we need to get the material set up. So here's what his feet look like. I I think we should do a gray. Let's do like a light gray. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn the I'm going to select these. We're going to go into our viewport and um, all of these new hair systems. I'm going to add that original accents for material. Then we only have to change them once. If it doesn't disappear somewhere. There we go. I think that one on his back was a good idea. I think that was cool. Oh man, there's so much noise on the hair in this scene. It's crazy. It's going to be really really hard to render this. There we go. That'll look a little bit more like what it's supposed to. So I'm gonna get all these switched over. All right. So we've got these fur materials. So yeah, I think having it a different color is going to be a good idea. So what you were seeing before was not actually a hair material. It was a that's too thick. Hold on. I'm going to make that just a little thinner. Sorry about that. That was like a sidetrack. Kind of a thin beard. More hairs. Actually, I think that's a good idea. I'll probably do that. Um, yeah, no, that's cool. Wait a minute. Where does ear hairs go? Oh, all right. Hold on. We gotta correct a couple things here. We're gonna make these smaller, and we're gonna add a bunch more because you can't see those. So we are on his ears, right? Yeah. Let's just make this like 75,000. Yeah, that's better. Um, his head hairs, those look fine. I think those are fine. All right. I'm splitting hairs here. Ha ha ha. So let's grab this. Let's go into materials. And so I want to make this a gray color. The material it had before was just a flat color. It was just white. So when we actually put the hair shader node into this, it's going to look so much better than it did. So I'm going to zoom in on these. We have the melanin turned to 0. Let's give it just a little. So it's going to be kind of like an off-white. We'll turn the melanin redness down. I want to say we'll probably have the roughness a little. And then I think random color is not really going to do any good for us here. And then I always turn up random roughness. I think that can only help. And then this group, I think we need to actually give it quite a few more. So that's only set to 25,000. Let's just double that. Let's go to 50,000 density. And then that's probably okay. So the thing here's what I was talking about. To me these look like they're too thick. From far away, I suppose they don't matter. Um, but if they're too thick, they don't look very realistic. And if they don't look very realistic, you have to add a lot more. So the problem with hair is you just add and add and add, and eventually you have so much hair detail that it's just not practical to run anymore. All right, let's check this out. That is cool. I think he needs just a few more in there though. So we do have the random offset. Let's get just a few more curves on his neck. I don't think we need a ton more. Let's go to 50,000 density. More. Actually, I don't know. I don't know. That's getting pretty cool. Just go to 60. We'll try that. All right. Yep. Now I'm excited for this character. That's cool looking. What about his feet? Those look okay. Oh, they're fine. Why not? I don't know if it's possible with some kind of blender tricks. Oh, can't you fake some hair? So it's a bit less heavy to compute well, increasing the density. Um, well, there is one thing I can do right now, and that is okay. So they're set to strips in the viewport. So that's one that I know helps. You can fake hair by texturing the body. So if we zoom in here on his leg, he's got a pretty high quality skin texture. So what I've been trying to do is to paint convincing looking fur on the body, and then I can use some hair curves just to kind of add on top of that. But it's really, really hard to get that to work. So I think honestly, what you're better off doing is um, making a plane with real hair curves, taking a really, really massive, and I'm talking like 8K or 16K texture, take a massive realistic render of it, and then use that to apply your UV maps to. So that is the way I've done it before, and that works okay. But um, it's really hard, in my opinion, to get that to look good, and it definitely doesn't look as good as real hair. So, um, I some people do know how. I've seen people make like they'll offset the body and um have a second version of the body, and somehow with shaders they get the two planes to draw coordinates between each other, and that creates hair, and it's very, very low performance impact. But I have no clue how people figure that out, and I've seen the result of it. I just don't know where that was. But yeah, I think we definitely need to add this little chin group here real quick. And then that will be the last hair group for now, I think. Yeah, I was gonna do feet hairs and tail hairs tonight. We got way more done than I expected, which is awesome. All right, let's name this group. Everyone, cross your fingers. Click, click, click. Uh-oh. Got the spinny wheel. Come on, Blender. I just want to rename the group. Okay, there we go. Oh my goodness. Yeah, yeah, we got so much more done than I expected tonight. I'm so excited. Um, beard hair group. Now I'm gonna be all excited at work tomorrow. Just wanting to come home and try to animate this. But yeah, I mean, I'll show you guys how slow the posing is um here in just a minute. But it's to the point where I'm gonna have to use a separate model of him and copy the animations over because it's just not doable. All right, let's go to weight paint. Weight paint is absolutely awful with all of these things turned on. So we'll see if I can even load this in. Otherwise, I might have to disable a bunch of them. Okay. Um, let's see if I can get lucky and just disable these the quick way. Maybe that'll work. We need a weight of 1. It's not going to be all the way forward up to his lips. I think I'm going to put it like right about here. Oh, come on now. Oh yeah, you guys, Blender didn't like that at all. Woo! It'll do it. Don't click on anything. Nobody breathe. Nobody nobody do anything crazy. It's loading. uh Foul tutorial. Hopefully I said that right. Says, yo, what's up? Hello? Hello, hello. We are just adding a whole bunch of hairs to this character. Kickdan says it's 9 a.m. Time to go. Thanks again for sharing with us. I'll catch up with the first hour I missed when the video will be online. Um, don't hesitate to message me on Discord. Looking forward to that Minotaur in action. Yeah, thank you. Thanks for being here for so long. It's a lot of fun to hang out. And I will hit you up. FAO, we are working on, is it FAO or FAO? I don't know. Maybe that's your name. Hopefully I'm not saying it wrong. I'm sorry if I am. Um, but we're working on adding all kinds of hair particles to this guy. Well, I should stop calling them particles. Hair groups, hair curves. But let's put these viewport amounts down so that we don't have such a problem. But we were gonna just add a couple like on his feet and do a few little things to add some accents, and this thing just mushroomed into doing like everything. Nice work, thank you. I um I am far more proud of it than I expected I'd be by tonight, so I'm very, very excited. I don't know if you were there for the old hair particle system, but this was not very possible back then, at least not in any sort of practical way. So it's just cool to me that you can kind of pull some of this stuff off now. All right, we'll just make that just a little stringy that goes back there. You know what? We can bump out the edges here. Got some strange mesh activity here. I must have stretched the topology under his chin when I did this. But all right, that's good enough. Let's just get that smoothed out. Um, yeah, yeah. Uh, the fact that we can't animate the fur with nodes yet is a problem. For this character, it's not going to matter because none of his hairs are long hairs like human head hair is, you know. So on this exact character, it won't matter. Um, Using particle systems, I did animate hair fairly extensively. It's very, very, very painful. Um, Performance wise, it's just really hard to use the old particle system because it takes so much tweaking to get it to work. If you did get it to work, it worked really well. But I think by the time we get to Blender 4, they're gonna hopefully have some really good solutions for hair. Otherwise, the other ways to do it is you could theoretically set up all of your hair curves like we're doing here, and then convert them into a particle system. Um, it's not going to run any better than it used to, but you'd be able to use that functionality for now until they remove it, which they may or may not. Um, and then you could use the cage method. I don't know if you've ever seen the cage method to animate hair, but basically you can weight paint a cage around hair and then just pose the cage back and forth, and it'll look like it's blowing around. So there's ways. It's just none of them are great. Thank you. You're welcome. Yeah, I hair systems is one of the things that I really want to simulate. The other one is fluid, which I do that already a lot, but I don't know. I've been tempted to take my Blender models into like Houdini or something, which I don't even own yet. Um, just because I know they have better simulators for certain things, but I really don't know if anybody has solved the issue of hair yet. If you've ever watched how they make Disney movies and stuff like that, or Pixar movies, they have very much custom one-off solutions for that kind of thing. I just think it's because nobody's figured out how to process it yet. Yeah, and I've never done the cage method myself. I've just seen it. Houdini is paid. I imagine they have a trial version, or what probably a free month or whatever. But like Substance Painter is one that I have paid for, and I have saved a lot of time. So it's kind of one of those things that, like, if Houdini is really that good, I might just have to get Houdini. I don't really want to, but um, I don't know. Some of the stuff I've seen about Houdini, it just really makes me think I need it. But I think that's one that's pretty expensive. That's definitely um, more of a professional aimed one than Blender is. So I'd have to look it up though. I haven't looked for a while. Okay. Um, I think okay. So we got our hairs. Looks like they're on this time. I didn't forget to put the weight paint on. So let's get our density mask. Beard. Okay. Yeah, Houdini is very expensive. If I remember right, it's either $500 US or like 2,000 per year, something like that. It's not affordable for people just to play with it. Having said that, um, I guess it really just depends on what you're doing with Blender and all that. Um, because if you're making money on what you're doing with it, then it's just an investment, I guess. All right, I'm supposedly can get rid of this generate group. Maybe I have to apply it. Uh, Sometimes this node seems to matter. Sometimes it doesn't. Oh, you know what? I know why. Let's do this thing first. Snap it to the surface, object mode, and then we'll save the file, because that's probably a good idea. And then let's try to S again. Nope, still doesn't. Still doesn't let me get rid of the generate hair. It seems like, lol, I feel you. I used to hear about Houdini a lot, but I'm stubborn. I'd rather master Blender entirely, but if that's that good, I might fold. I don't know if it is or not. I just don't know. I don't I haven't used it. I don't have um the desire to spend that much on something, and I don't make money on this stuff yet, so it's not like I can just go, "Oh, it'll pay itself off." So it's just really hard to know if it's worth it for somebody who, like me, I'm still learning. But it's worth looking into, I think. Okay, those look nice and thin. Depending on where you preview this character, it might be like 5 different animals. Because right here, it's giving me catfish vibes, you guys. If I didn't know any better, I'd say this is the viewport of a catfish. So I don't know. Have to have to be careful with how I render it. And then if I turn him around and turn on that hair that goes down his back, I'd swear it's a horse. Okay, so we got we got enough hairs. I think they're at a good thickness. So let's get our trim. So I'm gonna open up the asset browser and get the hair controller stuff. We need our trim hair curve. So we'll throw that on. Collapse these. I'm gonna move that up to right under the interpolate. Why exactly? Because it worked the other day, so that's what I'm sticking with. Let's do a 0.15. Oh, that's way too long. Let's do 0.05. That'll probably work. Actually, I don't know. Point oh 0.01. Let's do some random offset. Okay. So what I switched these. 0.05. I was gonna say that didn't seem to do anything. There we go, length factor 1. What I need to do is get these aligned. They still look way too long to me. Where's my hair noise and frizz must not have preserved length. Yep, that's what it was. There we go. Oh yeah, that's already looking good. I'm gonna bump the density up. That's looking pretty sweet. I'm gonna do just a couple other minor changes. I don't know if anyone's still in here or not, but I will. I'll set up a render, and then it takes a little bit to render, a couple minutes at very least. But with all this hair, I wouldn't be surprised if it's way more. Now that we've messed with it. Um, but yeah, just be watching. I'll probably put a community post out with the new render of this guy. Super excited about it. All right, I gotta turn 0.5. Oh, I'm still here. LOL. Couple minutes is honestly a blessing. I know. I know. That's not slow. It's really not. Um, it's just I don't know how long it's going to take with all this hair because the closer you zoom in with the hair, the more of the geometry it has to load. If you're further away, it can skip it. Um, but yeah, like we'll see. With the environment earlier, I will say that with the environment turned on, and before I had all of this, like before I started this stream, it took almost 6 minutes just to render a still from pretty far away from him. So, again, not complaining. It's not that long, but it's just a very brutal thing to render. If I render him without all the hair and it's just his skin texture, it's literally like uh 4 seconds. So All right. I think that's looking pretty good. Let's get that hair material on it. Fur material accents. There we go. This is Eevee. Um, when no, if yeah, so if I turn all the hair on and run it in cycles, it'll it'll take 1, 2, 3 minutes. If I turn the environment on and everything, it's 6 to 8 minutes per frame, and that's all cycles. Um, I'm not sure if my environment is supported by Eevee or not. I haven't checked that yet. But yeah, if I turn um, all the hair off and just render him with this skin, because this is what his skin looks like. It's kind of just a decently high resolution skin texture. Um, that that runs a frame every zero point 0.4 seconds or something. Maybe a frame per second on Eevee, which is just really cool because that's not even like slow or anything. But you can't use the hair. The hair doesn't work on Eevee. You'd have to you'd have to fake the materials somehow. Or and I'm just not as familiar with Eevee, so I never optimized for Eevee, I guess. Oh, what is this? Beard hair. All right. Okay, well, what do you think? Should we turn them all on? See what they look like? I see his armpit hair. Okay, so we need his body hair. Let's go back. Viewport display to 1. I always forget, but I shouldn't be switching these things on and off while I'm in rendered preview. That just seems like I'm asking for a crash. Face hair. I could have done the body and face hair in one, but in my old files I wasn't able to do that. Viewport amount 1. Okay. I think his ear hairs are fine. You know, the one thing, those ear hairs really don't show up, do they? Let's go 0.08. Um. Oh, I didn't even realize this was cycles because your viewport actually is rendering so fast. I haven't rendered anything since late 21, early 2022. Yeah. I mean that 4090, man, it's literally life-changing fast. It's it's the one piece of hardware that like a studio should buy if they need something. I mean, it's insane how fast they are. Obviously, you know, most people can't get one. They are ludicrously expensive, but I would say that thing is the biggest time saver of anything. We're going to go. I think his ear hairs are just a little too hard to see. So let's see. Let's see. There we go. That looks nice. Oh yeah, we got to turn on. So he's got body hair, chest, ear, face, feet are on, head and back hair. That's the last one. Viewport amount 1. Boom. Wait for 15 or 20 minutes. Oh no, there we go. All right. Okay, I gotta say this thing looks pretty cool. Let's rotate the viewport a little bit so we can see his back. We don't need these, so let's collapse that. Save the file one more time. Okay, now the moment of truth. is to turn on the rig and let's check his head because that's got a lot of the new groups. So I'm going to go back to viewport mode, and then I'm going to go back to frame 2, and we'll see if the hairs follow the groups properly or not. Oh man, yeah, see, so all I did there was switch to the second frame from the third frame. Just one click. So as you can see, there is no hope in animating this character with this hair on him. Let's see, where is... Looks like everything followed. His feet, the tail, the one down his back. Yeah, looks like everything went pretty well. Oh, I need that on one more time. Let's go back to frame 3. The only other thing I think I'm going to do on this stream tonight is I'm going to lay down the hairs on his back where they should be under his clothing. So that'll be the last step. All right. Yeah, see here where the hairs are sticking out. You know what? Yeah. I don't want to deal with it, but I also don't want to just remove them. Nah. That's all right. I'll just take them off. Let's do that. Otherwise, I'm going to have to sculpt them around and it's just going to be a problem. So let's just take the weight paint off for now. Body hair and face hair are the biggest groups. So let's attempt to weight paint this. Nope, looks like I have to actually disable them. All right, that was only awful. So I'm going to turn off this belt. Don't worry, still got underwear. And then I need to switch to the tail, feet, head hair. Head hair? No, it isn't. Which one is it? Oh, I clicked the wrong one. Now it's got to load again. Ugh. Um, chest, armpit, forehead. Forehead. That's misleading. If it didn't take 3 hours to rename a vertex group for some reason, I would do it. Okay. As much as I want to keep this little tuft on his back and tail there, I'm just gonna pull it back up. So where do his clothes go? Right about there. So I'm gonna paint. Let's see that one more time. I don't remember where it was. I'm gonna paint a line of 0 through here where it's got to stop. Wow, that's slow. Yeesh. All right. Yeah, I'm definitely going to have to go back to object mode and actually disable these. So this is the biggest problem with all these hairs. They're really great for rendering, but I'm going to do all my animating on an exact copy of him with nothing attached. And then I can come back and, you know, apply those keyframes. You can literally copy and paste keyframes from one to the other armature as long as they're the same bones, and everything should look right. I just have to make sure that all the locations and all the scales and everything are applied the same way between the two. And I think I should be able to just slap them on. So I'll animate him with basically no clothes, no hair, maybe not even like his eyes, and I'll just animate the bones. But that is the pain of hairs. So his body, I think his body hair is the biggest problem. I'll take that off. And then his face hair is another one. Some of those I probably don't need the density to be as high. I could make them thicker, but they don't look real to me then. All right. Oh yeah, this is loading way better. All right, let's turn off this guy again. And there's my cut line. And let's make sure I'm on the sphere because I don't want to be painting anything else on him. Boy, even that is kind of brutal. So I could do a big wide swath here. He doesn't need any down and lower. Let's take all this. There's nothing worse than getting all this work done and then you have hairs clipping through the clothes. Let's make this a little bigger. A little bit bigger. There we go. I want to make sure we get all those cleaned up. And then I guess really I can probably just go up slightly higher than the clothing, and then I don't have to come back in to get rid of the 3 hairs that are still there for no reason. One more click. Nope. Okay. We'll just do that for now. When I make characters, I like to think realistically what would they actually do and think about, like how would this guy put clothes on? And I imagine he probably doesn't take the time to shave all of the hair off around his clothing. But there's also no reason for me to compose hair around clothes just in case I want to have it back there. Because if I ever really wanted it on his tail again, I just paint it back on. So that's kind of the thought process. But I think we got them all. So let's go back to object mode. Oh, that's funny. All the curves are still visible, even though the clothing isn't. Cool. All right. I think that is probably good for doing hairs for tonight. So let's just get a cool render of him with the simple background. Because the environment one is going to take way too long. So let's just turn on all his hairs one more time, check it out, and then we'll call it for the day. But yeah, thanks to everyone for hanging out. I'll definitely be making more of a push to animate this guy. Because the other thing I've been doing in these last few weeks, I haven't been posting very much, is just really trying to practice animating. So I've spent a lot of time just, animating for the sake of it, and not getting distracted by worrying about posting, just, posting something. So I think it's going to be pretty slick. All right. And then I'm gonna turn the rig on one more time. Good luck animating, LOL. Blender made me patient man when I tried doing that. Yeah, it's a little tricky. I'm trying to get more into learning the graph editors and stuff. because a lot of that you can shorten the workload by um, by doing it the right way. But it's it's tough. All right, I'm actually gonna turn back on this guy's weapons too. May as well, and then we're gonna jump to I think I think frame one had the better setup for the weapon. Come on, Blender. Okay. Yeah, this is the one I wanted. So let's turn off the rig so we can actually see something. Make sure all the hair followed. It happened the other day. I moved the body. I was all excited, and then all the hairs stretched because they weren't attached properly. I still to this day don't really know exactly what happened. Looks like all the groups are on. All right, save it one more time. Okay, now let's go into, I'm going to go into cycles, and I'm going to actually sample in the viewport at 1% noise threshold, which is the same as a final render. And let's just go up to 2048 max samples. So this is going to be a very intense preview, but it should look really good in the viewport. All right. So it looks like it deforms pretty nicely. The ones that go on his neck follow his neck really well, which they should because they're weight painted to the same places the bones are painted to. I like how this hair sticks up on his neck. I don't think he looks too much like a horse, but it's right on the edge for me. It looks like a horse mane, but I think it makes him look like he's a little bit more aggressive. Got the feet. It just little hair groups like this are a really good way to break up the intersection between two materials. So if I zoom in here, um, the skin just kind of fades into the hoof, and that doesn't make any sense. So if you break that line up, it looks a lot better. Where's my camera set up? Oh, yeah, this is another insider info. This is what I made the thumbnail from right before I post this live, so that's kind of cool. But that is not where we want it. Make sure my auto key is off. I think this guy's going to be better for a square render. Let's just do 2560 squared. Actually, you know what? We can't do that because when I try to post those on the community tab, you don't see the whole character very well. So let's just do that. Let's do you know what? Why? Let's just do it. Let's just do 4K. 3840 by 2160? I think that's right. I'll have to get new poses for the guy too, but yeah, I'm gonna take a couple renders here. This is about it for actual um, live stream stuff for tonight, though. So thanks to everybody for hanging out, and yeah, watch soon. I'll be doing um, the Bull Centaur video or the live stream probably to show how to do the body hair from scratch because that one took a little bit more tuning. You got to use shrink wrap to get the furs to lay down along the skin better. You know what? I'm just let's just do it the right way. I'm just going to start enabling my environment. I'll have to hide a couple trees because they get in the way, but Come on, Blender, you got this. Okay. Leave that camera there. Let's go in here and let's see what this environment looks like. And that's the other thing. Um, the other uh, type of content I'm going to start doing is some Unreal Engine 4 environments because from what I've seen in there, you can generate really crazy stuff way faster than I can do in Blender. All right, let's see our camera. Um, let's hide this tree and see what it looks like. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Then we can start to play with the world. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. Um, let's see. I think the trees in the background are fine. Let's do a little bit of camera fun though. All right, let's do a little bit of let's do just a little bit of focal length stuff. That'll make it look like we're in the scene with him and not just kind of watching him from far away. Put his feet closer to the bottom. Let's scroll this out just a little bit. All right. And then you get, okay, so I know that DAZ models, for some reason, they mess with the light paths in here and they crank them up way too high. But there's something else about this that makes him have some rendering errors. I think it's the sun. I don't know which parameter it is, but one of these overexposes it and it causes flickering on the renders. I just have to make the noise threshold like obscenely low. Man, that's looking pretty real though. Hide this tree because that's not going to help us. Sun elevation. Get a little bit of light. Yeah, I'm definitely going to have to play around with some of these um, renders and just try to get a good one. But I mean, I I could probably spend 2 hours trying to pick the render I want. Sun elevation. Okay. I like the shadows, but I think they're going to look weird if there's too many. Getting close. Getting close. I have found that if you scale up the sun in this sky texture, it helps wash out the shadows a little so they're not as sharp. Okay, I think that's going to look real. But yeah, you can see all the speckly spots. Like right here on his neck is one area that um, you can kind of see it. I think that's going to look pretty sweet. All right, let's try to run one. Actually, one last tweak that I can see I'm going to need. I think some of these hairs have to be just a little thicker or they're going to pass light too well. I don't want it to look like it's a cloud floating around his foot. So that's probably fine. All right, I think I'm being too picky. I've seen the newest updates and I was sold. Yeah, Unreal Engine is wild, and for now it's free. Hopefully they don't go the way they're talking about and make it a paid app, but I guess it is what it is. For now it's free though. I'm just afraid to learn too much, and then they take away access. All right, what do we have? His clothes are enabled. All of the body mesh is enabled. All of the hairs are enabled. Let's run one. Let's see how long this takes. So here you go. You get real practical RTX 4090 rendering test. Unlike all the benchmarks, this one's a real file. But this scene is so obscenely heavy that it takes a solid like 1.5 minutes to load the scene before it even starts rendering. I'll pull up Task Manager here since 75% of my views come from computer tests anyway, not Blender stuff. All right. Yep, CPU's going hard, just loading everything. All right, here we go, finally getting started. 42, 43, 44 gigabytes of system RAM. That is brutal. Definitely going to be getting a 192 gigabytes RAM kit when they come out. I didn't know they were going the paid route. Seeing things people pulled off inspired me, though. There's a channel called Sakura Rabbit that makes it look easy. Oh, I'll have to look that up. Yeah, I've been watching. Oh, what is their name? Uh, I'll have to pull it up. But there's another one that they do a lot of Unreal Engine stuff that's super helpful. Sakura Rabbit. I'll have to come back and I'll remember that. I'll have to look. But they're Unreal Engine. Epic said they are considering making it a paid app for people that are not using it for game development. So, um, people like us that would be just animating with it, they want to charge a little bit, but they said it's not going to be expensive in the way that like Houdini is. So it's not going to cost thousands a year. Um, and if it's as good as like Substance Painter, I would probably still buy it if I knew how to use it. But I imagine it'll be like Substance Painter where it's $140 a year or something like that. That's my hope, at least. I get they have to make money, but I feel like all the games that they get a percentage of and all that, I just can't imagine they're hurting for some cash. But their product, their decision, I guess. All right, you probably may not be able to see the text, but we're only on sample 700 of 4096. And it's already been almost 3.5 minutes. I know people are used to that kind of render time, but this is heavy. All my water sim ones, they only take like 20 or 30 seconds to load and render. Well, the thing is, for game development, um, it's free until you make your first $1 million, and then they just take a relatively small percentage of your revenue. So for game devs, it's not going to cost that much. Honestly, it would have taken me 10 minutes for a proper image to form. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I'm not really complaining. It's just like, to me, relatively, these frames are heavy. But also, here's the other problem. I have this render farm with a mix of GPUs, but I only own, like, this is already past 16 gigs of system or of VRAM. So it's reading 17.1 gigs of GPU memory, which is shared. So the only cards I can run this on effectively without doing multi-pass or some other tricks are this 4090 and my two 3090s. But even all my other 16 gig cards, they can't do, they can't do this scene because if I add some fog, this thing's done for. I don't even know if it'll fit in 24 gigs. So hopefully I win the lottery or something any day and can get some RTX A6000s with 48 gigs of VRAM or something. I don't know. But this just is not going to work. And I don't know how much you guys know about CPU rendering, but my old Xeon processors are not going to render this frame very fast. I don't know. It's looking pretty cool, but he looks too shiny. So hopefully that clears up when the samples run. I think I know what it is though. I think it's that the radial roughness setting in the hair. If that's not in a good range, I think it looks shiny and that's gonna come out bad. But yeah, too shiny. Well, we'll see it. We'll see in a minute though, because we're not even halfway through the samples. So um, a lot of that might get picked up by denoising, but I'm gonna be somewhat sad if we go through this whole render and um, he looks like the vampires from what is that? From the Twilight series or something like that. I don't know. Maybe we'll just pretend that he was supposed to look like he got into some water before this render. I don't know. Seeing it in render that fast. Oh, real time feels so different. I when I read the current comment on this, I don't. You guys, if you haven't streamed, the YouTube chat box thingy puts the little like heart emote thingy on top of the text, so I can't read the current message. Like the last two words of each line, it's awful. But yeah, seeing it render that fast feels so different. I'm sure it does. What is your machine anyway? Is it just a laptop with lower specs or something? And the scene is really heavy anyway, but you would probably be able to render the scene without the character somewhat well, I would think. Oh, a bunch of Macs, yeah. Well, who is it? Asus. Asus makes the Thunderbolt compatible external GPU you could get. It's only like $2,300 and it's liquid cooled in its own box. I think most of the cars that I've owned in the last 10 years have cost less than that. Just switch from one computer to the other when one isn't busy. Yeah, basically, I mean, that's basically a render farm right there then. That's kind of what I do, except for in the case of this, I did the math earlier, and I mean this one's almost 10 minutes already. If I if I run, what did I figure? Like 2400 frames would be 100 seconds. So not even 2 minutes of an animation if they're this hard. I figured it would take 10 days or something like that for this machine to run this. Like 10 actual real time days for not even 2 minutes. So I'm going to have to do some memory optimization clearly. Because like my A770 is a 16 gig, the 7800 is a 16 gig, the 4060 Ti is, but after that, if I can't fit it in that, man, it's going to take forever. I'll have a bunch of old Xeons running like 1 frame per day. I don't know. Pretty crazy. But I don't know if you guys buy into graphics card hype at all, but NVIDIA claims they're going to have a built-in denoiser, like a hardware denoiser on the next series of GPUs. And a lot of this isn't denoising. Like right now, it's still just chewing through the CUDA part. Um, but the other thing that I think is cool, AMD actually has the software to take like Nvidia does, where they add frames in between frames, the frame generation type thing. Well, AMD actually has a way to do that where if you got the programming, which I don't know how to code, you could theoretically plug in 100 frames of animation and have an AI generate twice as many frames in between those. So if somebody gets that implemented, that would be an absolute game changer. I thought of doing what you did with the render farm. I just like my Mac because the amount of shortcuts, but I'll get workstations to offload the work. Yeah, yeah, and I have a friend that just got an M1 Ultra, and the processor in it is just great. It's just the GPUs in them are not the same as a desktop GPU, you know. Man, what? How long is this? 12 minutes render time already. We're just about done. And Dami, I think you're right. I think he's going to be too shiny, and I'm just gonna, I don't know, throw something or have to call in sick to work or something. I don't know. Have to throw a big fit. Moment of truth here coming up though. All right, come on. It's gonna denoise and fix everything, right? Ah, okay. All right. Well, um, okay. I wouldn't say it's awful. I think, yeah, I could tone down the shininess, but like really zooming in on this, it's really not too bad. You can see the, I just, I don't know. You can't really see the hairs on his body, can you? If you look where there's no light, like down here, you can clearly see that it's still hairy on his skin. But it's where the light is overexposed. It goes through and you really see the skin. I wonder if I need to just increase the roughness on the hair. I mean, it looks hair textured. I I think that worked. Where all of these shadows are, I don't have this color of paint. So where there's these dark areas of shadow, like this here, there's no color like that. And even like right here around, well, right around his nipple, I guess, none of that is painted to look like that. So I think what we got here is the deformations in the hair caused enough of a multiplication to create that like internal shadow in the hairs. I don't know, that's pretty wild. Um, Not gonna lie, YouTube compression doesn't help me. I know, and I can only stream on 720p because my dang internet upload um, can't support 1080. So I know that doesn't help you guys either. Well, here, let me park it here. Um, Hard to notice the body hair. Yeah, I think it's not rough enough. So well, here's a good example. If you look at his left shoulder, you can see it. It's hard on compression, I know. On his right shoulder, you can't. I think it just doesn't have enough roughness. Wasn't taking a shot at you. No, I know you're not. I know you're not. Um, no, I mean this is the kind of thing I have to think about because this took almost 13 minutes for one frame. So my math goes from 10 days to that was based on 6 minutes. So it goes from 10 days to um, 2 1/3 times that. So you're talking a month to run not even 2 minutes. That's pretty crazy. Yeah, and see, that's the other thing. Um, I think I think the chest hair looks good because it's thicker, and so the light doesn't pass through to where it looks like a just a cloud. And like down on his feet, that looks okay. I'll still shiny though. Still got the shinies. So I'm gonna save this because for that for that amount of time, you really probably shouldn't be throwing it away, obviously. Pull this in, get this out of our way. I need a new folder. Okay. If I ran my 6600, it would take an hour for one frame. Actually, never mind, it wouldn't be able to handle the VRAM. I know. It's pretty crazy how much RAM and VRAM this takes. It's not it's not real cute. It's pulling 17 gigs of VRAM and it was pulling 48 or 49 almost gigs of system RAM too. All right, what I'm going to do, I'm going to keep that image and then I'm going to go in there. Oh man, what do I do? I'm going to modify the hair really fast to um, to try to get the roughness up. Why is it doing that? Come on, Blender. I know there's trees. All right. So I'm going to preview this real quick. I'm going to turn up the roughness and then just see if I can tell cuz even in the viewport, we could tell it was shiny. So I think oh, really? It's been doing that lately where it won't stay centered on the cursor, but it pops in and out when I zoom. Not entirely sure why it's doing that. All right. Yeah, so here it's still too shiny. So I should be able to just grab um, the two different hair materials and tune them. So what if I crank the roughness up all the way? Okay, and then uh, yeah, see, definitely looks speckly still. Let's turn up all the roughness, random roughness up too, because I think I can actually see what it's doing. See, you can see like basically good point of reference here. Um, right here. You can see that geometry through it, and you shouldn't be able to. So let's try one other thing. Let's make these hairs 50% thicker. Oh boy, come on, Blender, you got this. Okay, so that already started to help. Man, look at all the weird like caustics it's adding too. Hmm. Huh. Brutal. Brutal, brutal, brutal. It's already made it darker, but I don't know if that's the problem. For material. If I turn the redness off, I think redness is just going to control. Um, yeah, redness is just going to control the color, not so much the refraction. Man. And if I turn roughness off, then it's going to be way shiny. Yeah, it's going to be like he's covered in glass. So we don't want that. If I make it white, kind of crazy. 0.834. Well, I'll have to play around with the material. Apparently it's a little too thin. I don't know. I would say it still doesn't look that bad. Once it's rendered, it just doesn't necessarily look like hair anymore. And maybe my lighting is just too exposed. That is definitely a possibility because if you shine the sun at an animal from 2 feet away, it would probably also look like it was, just getting burned. So maybe let's check that too, because it might not be his fault. All right, light. Let's turn off the sun in the scene. Nope, I don't think that's going to be the problem. Let's turn the sun intensity to half. Um, can't imagine how to solve it, not without just covering the whole body like he's a tiger. Well, I mean, he is actually covered in um, full body hair. This scrolling issue is just annoying. So I'll go to I'll go to the Eevee shader. So well, there you can kind of see it. But I suppose if the hairs are um, too thin, too yeah, see they do let a lot of light through anyway. Maybe I don't really want to increase the density, but maybe I can try that. I'll just make them thicker another time and see. So I think adding more objects to the scene is just going to be a problem. Probably shouldn't be doing that. So I'm going to try to make them thicker. I could also try to make them slightly longer so that the tips of them cover extra holes. I mean, because like here you can still see a skin through the hair, which is probably part of the issue. Okay, that's kind of helping. Bumping up the thickness. The only thing that could possibly be a problem then is if they're too thick, they'll look like worms. You'll see them from far away. 0.023. Let's just make them a little longer. Ah, I'll tell you what, this isn't the kind of tuning that you should do on the fly. Like this is the kind of thing you get done once and then you never touch it again. All right, I'm gonna do the bad idea and bump up the density just a little more. Really pushing it here though. All right, let's go back to our camera. Let's preview render this once and see. It definitely cleared up the shininess with the denoiser, but let's see if it looks like hair more. Oh, that might help. I mean, at very least, it looks cool. I mean, it looks decent. I'm gonna exit the camera one more time. And his face and his body need to have the same settings, or it's gonna definitely look weird. Man, the scrolling thing. Sheesh. All right. Yeah. So I think his body hair is gonna be okay. You just I just have to break up the texture a little so that it doesn't look like skin itself. And then on his face here, it's definitely still too light. So that okay, that probably makes sense. So 0.07 I think is what I had for the thickness, and then I'll change the length a little bit. I'll have to come remove some weight paint on his nose. He's got some stray hairs there. Oh, Blender, everything's just everything's just a rabbit hole, isn't it? You can spend 500 hours tuning something and then people won't like it anyway. I don't know if that did it or not. So now it's got even more artifacting. All right. Well, I'm gonna run one more render and then I gotta go to bed because I have work in 4 hours. Change the color of him, at very least. Well, the viewport doesn't think he's as shiny. Let's try it. Let's save this one more time. 4 hours. Hope it's a remote job. Oh, it's not a remote job. It is definitely not. But that's okay. I won't complain. I choose to stay up late and do this because I want to. No one else can I can't blame anyone else for that. Actually, I think I need to go out and look at a bridge tomorrow at some point. Hopefully the client won't want to. Man, I gotta just say while this loads up, this says I already have 71 views on this. That's awesome, you guys. Thank you. Thank you to everybody who um, has watched it and will see this eventually. It means a lot. All right, we're getting through the loading. Should have turned on persistent data to save 5 seconds out of the 13 minutes. All right, actually, after the first 500 samples, we should be able to see if it worked. Don't have to really finish it. Oh, you know, the only other hair that I might need to add is some eyelashes. Didn't even think to do that. Oh yeah, I think the thickness did it. And probably the roughness, but it already looks better on his shoulder. At very least it'll look um smoothed over like hair does instead of just skin. I'm not as worried about the shininess now because I think that'll clear up when it denoises. But at very least, I gotta say I like the eye and the material on the horns. I think those always come out really nice. I think the eyes need to stretch backward a little because you wouldn't see that much of an eye white, but maybe his eye is kind of a bull slash human combo, not just a bull. Right, what do we got? Yeah, this is going to do the trick. I think I might play with the color later on, but I'll let this one go. So I've got something cool to post, and then um, this is a how long is this stream now? You guys have been here all night with me. It's awesome. Um, this is a fairly long recording, so it's going to take me a while to edit this. Um, but I might just pick some of the key points. I know people had asked me to. Yeah, this is over 4 hours, 1080p, so it's going to take me a bit to edit, but I'll get a good selection of the um, stream cut up so that it's kind of a nice tutorial. And then here in the next few days, we'll do the Bull Centaur dude, kind of in the same way as this. Um, but I think I'm realizing that these two can't be in the same scene together ever, or I'm gonna have to do some serious optimizing. How far into animation have you gone? Have you begun animating? In general, or on this scene? On this scene, I have not, but um, when I get the copy of this guy, uh, with no hair, he's posable with no lag. So I can animate him just like walking through the forest probably in a night. I think maybe 4 hours, maybe 6 hours. I'd have the whole animation part done. So I'm not too worried about that part. I'll have to play with cameras. I'm not as familiar with animating cameras and stuff like that, but yeah. So I think a week like of actually focusing on animation when I can at night will probably be plenty of time. But I might focus more on making the animation fairly straightforward. And I don't even know for that one if he'll have his weapon and stuff, because those are honestly more irritating to animate than any of the rest of him. Because I have issues like with the shield trying to clip through his arm and stuff like that. I haven't found the right bone to parent the shield to yet. But I'm excited. I think out of all of the character work and everything else I've done, this is by far going to be the best quality. So I'm really, really hoping that um, people are more interested in it than my older content. But I'm trying to level up all my skills instead of just making little like quick tips tutorials and sometimes I lean into the computer hardware stuff a lot. So have a good one, man. Catch you on the next stream. Yep. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. I will see you soon. Yep. Watch the community tab tomorrow. I'll post these so people can see the fun they missed. But but yeah, thanks for being here. We'll talk soon. Um, all right. All right. Yeah, I'm just gonna let this one run. So whoever's here, I'll hang out till this is done, and then um, we'll catch you the next time. Man, I think that hair tweak fixed it. It was just so thin before that you were seeing his skin material through the hairs. And actually, looking at this from further away, I think all the shininess you're seeing is it's just the tops of all of the hair part or well hair curves. It's just the tops of the hair curves where they're reflective. I don't even think it's actually like a rendering artifact. Kind of wild. How long is this thing? It still has about probably 8 minutes left. Sheesh. Ugh. I had um a fun time. I post a short that was just a turntable with the Bull Centaur guy and that Trojan warrior model, and I put it to the render farm, and a bunch of the frames had artifacts on them, and I realized that if your GPUs don't all have current drivers, like they were just one driver old, um, between NVIDIA GPUs with different drivers, the frames come out different, and that's all using just Blender 3.6. I haven't upgraded to the newest releases yet, and even on the same Blender with different NVIDIA drivers, you get flickering problems between frames. So I'm gonna have to watch for that because I would hate to leave this for a week and then come look and they have problems. In general, yeah, in general, my animating is relatively. I'm a relative noob in animation, but I've done some just personal ones to learn, and I can do it really fast. Is there more than um, one model that I have? Oh yeah, yeah. I have like picture this guy's upper body on a like a Bull Centaur. The reason I did that is because I took the original Minotaur and chopped it off and made the lower body. So um, I'm basically just going to build like if I start a species, I'm going to build all the versions of it and then just have them. So the next one, I'll do just a normal bull out of that body. You know what I mean? So I have this guy. I have a really long time ago, I made a centaur. I have uh, the bull centaur, obviously. I get all my humans from Daz because they're just better than mine abilities. Because I can't get them to look real yet. I haven't practiced it. What else do I have? I have one called an Ipotane, which is an old Greek, um, basically horse minotaur, but that one never got very far as far as like making it look better. So that one I'd have to spend a bit of time on, which I might go back to. But I actually started a chimera. My characters are all um, mythological ones for the most part, just because I think they're more fun to make, but they're not very common. You can't find as many models for those. So I've got a few, just most of them are nowhere near as good as this one. And it just takes, I mean, I've probably dumped, oh, 60 hours into this character this last 2 weeks. If I had to guess, maybe 50. So getting them from their base meshes to this point just takes so much time. And then I haven't even really got to optimizing it because the clothes and stuff aren't ready. But I have some friends that I've met through here that pick on me a lot and say I'm making it too hard on myself. I should just download more models. And I think to some extent that's right if the goal is just to create, finished animations, but what I really like is just making the characters. So getting a final render of it hasn't been the focus until lately, so oh man, all right. We're going to denoise now. Moment of truth. One last time. All right. I'm going to zoom this in so you guys can see it because I know the compression issue takes a minute for the picture to get nice, but I'll let this sit here. And I would say that the fur issue is solved. I think I can play with the redness in the fur, but I would I would say I'm pretty dang happy with how this came out. Even with um the glossiness because of the environment being pretty bright, you can still kind of see the colors are different. Um, I'm actually not surprised people say that. When I want to test things out, my first thought is to download a model instead of making. No, I agree, and there's a lot of places to get really good models. I just really like to build my own. I just that's what I like to do. It if I was going to make money just in this sphere on its own and not YouTube specifically, I would probably just make models for people. I would try to get good enough to make custom characters. That's really what I like. But yep. No, I think yeah, you can tell even where it's really bright, you can tell there's a layer of something other than skin there. The one issue I still have with these is you can see some topology. that pokes through. So like on his chest, I know there's a line of vertices right here. And you can really see that on here, and I don't know how to make that go away. But it is what it is. I mean, I think most people would probably not pick that out of these renders, so it's a little bit of micro analyzing, but I don't know. I can't say I'm not happy with it. So, but yeah, I gotta go to bed. Thank you for sticking around. I'm gonna call it here in just a minute. I'll wait if you guys want to say goodbye or whatever, but watch for more stuff soon because I'm getting way more excited about it all now. Maybe someday I'll finish something, and that'll be cool. Hope you make it to work. Oh, I'll make it there. I just don't know how much I'm gonna actually do. But oh well. That's what it takes to run a YouTube channel anyway. Well, thanks for coming by, guys. I'll post some stuff and schedule the stream and all that tomorrow. So, see you later. Thanks for being here.